Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Her Excellency the Chief Guest, esteemed ambassadors, dignitaries, honorable speakers, and participants, Assalamu alaikum. I, Hazima Mozam, Program Manager of Comstech, welcome you all to the first meeting for the networking of water centers of excellence in the OIC member states. It is matter of pride and delight for us to host our honorable chief guest, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants here today. This meeting, ladies and gentlemen, is organized by Comstech and OIC General Secretariat, Jeddah, with the support of our technical partners, Inverdam, Sasrik, and Hisar Foundation. I'm very pleased to announce that we have around participation of 20 member states in this meeting. To formally begin this meeting, we will first go over with the recitation from Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان صدق الله العظيم.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the inaugural ceremony, we have our distinguished speakers, starting from her chief guest. From our chief guest, His Excellency Ms. Rumina Khurshid Alam, who is the coordinator to the Prime Minister of Pakistan on climate change and environment coordination. Then we have His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General Comstech, and later on followed by His Excellency Ambassador Aftab Khokhar. Then we have a keynote speech of Ms. Zahra Saltuk, who is the Director General of SIFRIC. Then we have a speech of His Excellency Dr. Marwan Al-Ragat, Executive Director of Inverdam, and followed by the technical presentation by Ms. Afia. I would now request His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General Comstech, for his welcome speech. Please put your hands together and welcome him for his speech.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So delighted to see representation from so many countries. I think this is one of the major events which Comstech has organized in recent years with participation from over 20 countries. So thank you very much for being part of this very exciting experience of learning about water and its management. So absolutely honored to have Tumina Khurshid Alam Sahaba, coordinator to the Prime Minister on climate change and environment. She is a person of action, and she has done so much in the sphere of climate change and environment that her footprint on the landscape is so visible, obvious, and impactful. Thank you very much, Tumina Sahaba, for being the chief guest. My dear brother, Excellency Ambassador Aftab Khoka Sahab, OIC Assistant Secretary of Science and Technology. We also have with us Excellency Dr. Zahra Zamrou Saljouk, the ex-minister and currently the Director General of Pacific in Turkey. She's online and she will be giving her presentation to us. Young man, Dr. Marwan Al-Rabdat, Executive Director of Islamic Network for Water Resources Development and, uh, and Management. We have ambassadors from 15 different countries. So absolutely honored to have you all here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome all of you to the first meeting for the Network of Water Centers of Excellence in OIC member states. Dr. Afia Sahaba, thank you very much. This event is in accordance to the resolution adopted in the Fourth Islamic Conference of Ministers responsible of water, held in Cairo, Egypt in 2018, followed by OIC Water Council meeting in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, water is an important subject for OIC. Not only this is part of OIC Vision 2025, but also OIC has its own water vision. And OIC World, hosting 1/4 of the global population and possessing only 14.5% of total renewable water sources, is facing enduring challenges in the water sector. Among the 13 water-stressed countries, I'm sure that the speakers will talk about that, 10 are OIC member states. That include Qatar, Jordan, Lebanon, Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Bahrain, Oman, and Iran. It is shocking as well as disheartening that nearly 100% population in Middle East and North Africa, all in OIC regions, are living in the extreme water shortage. Sub-Saharan and Sahelian regions are facing dual problem of highest increase in water demand as well as inefficient water use. These together are hindering a GDP growth of 6% annually. Think of it, 6% growth, which is possible even in the current situation, cannot be done because of lack of proper water management. Whereas if you have countries from tropics of OIC are facing challenges of water quality and safety. So these are multifaceted issues. With the emerging new realities of aging infrastructure, water infrastructure, population growth, and climate change, available water resources are hugely stressed, pushing half of the OIC population towards extreme water scarcity. Ladies and gentlemen, availability of adequate clean water is the very foundation to every sector of national development, be public health to food security, biodiversity to affordable energy, and social well-being to industrial growth. Water is the key goal in the United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda. Clean water and sanitation, SDG 6, demands every nation to ensure clean water and proper sanitation to all of its citizens by the year 2030. Collectively, we are far behind achieving this goal, which we promised to the world. In this context, sustainable water management is the only way forward. However, it is important to appreciate that water resource management is truly an inter and cross-disciplinary in nature. is multifaceted, cross-cutting, and entangled with complex political, social, and technological challenges make this a very complex issue. Whereas science and technology can help in major way in sustainable water resource management through degrading the harmful chemicals present in our water, designing improved water purification technologies, cost-effective desalination membrane, and developing affordable technologies to remove pathogens which cause water-borne diseases, it is certainly not enough. This is not a technical issue per se. It is a much more complex issue. Social sciences and public communication are essential in developing responsible use of water, water harvesting, prevention of waterborne diseases, and ensuring water equity. Equally important is water policy, which establishes appropriate water governance and water laws for ensuring availability of adequate and high quality water for every sector of national development. These include water availability for forestry, biodiversity, ecological protection, as well as to prevent seawater intrusion. After all, ladies and gentlemen, access to water is a globally recognized human right and must be respected. Research and development on every aspect of water management are critically important for sustainable and integrated water resource management. Ladies and gentlemen, the current international event is indeed a much needed first step to bring leading water experts and representatives of major water institutions. I would say that the representation from 20 countries of the leading research institution is an excellent opportunity for us to forge partnership for future. This is very obvious that objectives are unambiguous. Create an alliance for joint research, human resource development, and learning from the best practices. More importantly, to deploy the collective R&D strength to have solved major challenges prevailing and emerging in this critically important factor. Follow to this international networking event, a workshop is planned on 26 February, focusing on modern membrane technologies for water recycling and desalination. comstech is very proud on the achievement of its network, including Intersonic Network on Water Resources Development and Management, INVADAM, established in 1987 and based in Jordan. We are very glad to have Dr. Marwan with us. I'm sure his contributions will play a critical role in achieving the objectives of the current event. We're also pleased to welcome experts from Hisar Foundation, developing world's leading water organization. Hisar Foundation, together with Pakistan's leading philanthropic organization, Dr. Panwani Charitable Foundation, establishing the largest interdisciplinary water research education institution called PHWI, Panwani Hisar Water Institute. At the Kennedy University of Engineering and Technology, we at comstech are pleased to contribute in the establishment of this emerging water R&D establishment through capacity building and institutional linkages. Ladies and gentlemen, comstech is also planning to launch a major initiative for capacity building and water-related research and technology, facilitating mobility of experts, researchers, students, and technicians between the water research and education institution as well as between the member states. The comstech is also planning to organize two major training workshops, one in Water Modeling Institute in Bangladesh, that we have a representative of the institute in Dhaka, and the other in Uganda. And this would be on use of modern technologies and water management, as well as on one water concept, which is a very unique concept for total asset management. comstech is also last 5 years has initiated major programs for STI-based socio-economic development. These include one of the largest scholarship programs in the developing world, Fellowship for Refugee Scientists, comstech expert surveys, and strengthening of academic and research institutions through inter-Islamic cooperation. While in Islamabad, please absorb the spirit of this premier institution. Comstech's country-specific programs for Nigeria, Somalia, Palestine, Yemen, Mauritania, and Uganda are designed to cater the unmet needs of our member states. Last, but certainly not the least, I wish to express my gratitude to the ASG ambassador and his excellent team, led by Ghaida Salama and the OIC Secretariat for excellent coordination with the outstanding team of Comstech, led by Ms. Hazima Muslim. Wish all of you a very productive and enjoyable stay in Islamabad. We hope that the linkages and collaboration established during the event will last in years to come and bear fruit for the benefit of Muslim Ummah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your welcome note and also for your kind words. Ladies and gentlemen, as our honorable chief guest has an equally important commitment at 10:30, so she will be the very first of our guest speaker for the ceremony. May I now request Her Excellency Ms. Rumina Khurshid Alam, Coordinator to the Prime Minister of Pakistan on Climate Change and Environment Coordination, for her keynote address. Please welcome her to the podium.
Thank you. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to all the excellencies, ambassadors who are sitting over here, all the people who are online, and of course my great regards who are sharing this great stage with me, Dr. Zehra, Dr. Marwan, and all the excellencies, madam, who's also sitting. I don't want to miss any name, but collectively, my great regards to everyone. First of all, I really want to congratulate that it's a great event and it's a very much important need of the time. And I think it's a great privilege for me to address this esteemed gathering of senior officials from 22nd OIC member states on an issue that lies, of course, at the heart of our shared prosperity, water security. Water is not just a natural resource. It is the foundation of life, our economy, our food security, and our survival. Across OIC nations, we witnessed firsthand how climate change, rapid urbanization, and population growth are pushing our water systems to their limits. Water scarcity is no longer a distant threat, it is a present reality that demands urgent collective action. These statistics paint a concerning picture. 15 of the world's most water-stressed countries belong to the OIC. Large part of the Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia regions with significant OIC representation are facing severe water shortage due to declining groundwater levels, extreme weather events, and inefficient water management practices. Ladies and gentlemen, my own country, Pakistan, is no exception. We have faced devastating floods, droughts, and glacial melt that threaten both our water security and economic stability. The catastrophic floods of 2022 displaced millions, while prolonged droughts continue to impact our agriculture output. We are at a pivotal moment where decisive science-based and cooperative action is needed to prevent future water crises. In Pakistan, we have made water security national priority. The government has been investing in water conservation projects, including rainwater harvesting and smart irrigation techniques, flood resilience initiatives to protect vulnerable communities, sustainable water governance policies that align with our climate action commitments. However, no single nation can tackle these challenges alone. I strongly believe the OIC, with its collective strength and shared vision, must step forward as a leader in global water security efforts. One of the most critical aspects of tackling water scarcity is research and innovation. We cannot manage what we do not measure. Data-driven policies, all AI-based monitoring and hydrological forecasting can help us optimize water use. Pakistan is working on initiatives such as wastewater treatment and reuse to maximize water availability. Groundwater recharge project to counteract depleting aquifers. Climate resilient agriculture techniques to reduce excessive water consumption. But we need stronger partnership between OIC members, states, universities, researchers, institutions, and policy think tanks to share knowledge, technology, and best practices. The OIC should establish a dedicated research network on water security, allowing our scientists and policymakers to work together in addressing these pressing challenges. Water diplomacy, ladies and gentlemen, and regional cooperation. Water is not just an environmental issue, it is a diplomatic priority as well. Many of our nations share transboundaries, rivers, lakes, and underground water reservoirs, making cooperation in water governance essential for regional stability. Pakistan has successfully navigated water sharing agreements such as the Indus Water Treaty, one of the world's oldest and most resilient transboundary water sharing frameworks. This model can serve as a reference for other OIC nations dealing with cross-border water challenges. I propose the establishment of an OIC Water Security Forum, a platform where our governments can discuss water sharing agreements and best practices, exchange technical expertise on sustainable water management, and how we can mobilize financial resources for large-scale water infrastructure projects through institutions like the Islamic Development Bank. And of course, looking ahead, we must embrace nature-based solutions to enhance water security, investment in reforestation and wetlands restoration can improve groundwater recharge. Floodwater harvesting can also turn climate-induced disaster into water-saving opportunity. Smart water pricing mechanism can promote conservation in agriculture and industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is implementing the Recharge Pakistan project, which harnesses floodwater for groundwater replenishment while restoring ecosystems. Such initiatives can be scaled up across OIC countries to create long-term sustainable water management strategies. Dear Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, our discussions today must translate into action. I request OIC member states to prioritize water security as a key agenda item in our climate action strategy. Strengthen intergovernmental collaborations on water governances. Facilitate public-private partnerships partnerships to invest in water-efficient technologies. Mobilize international climate finances for large-scale water projects. Pakistan stands ready to work with our OIC partners to develop joint solutions, share research, and build a water-resilient future for all. In closing, let me emphasize that water is not just a national issue. It is a shared responsibility. If we fail to act now, we risk exacerbating the climate and humanitarian crisis unfolding before us. But if we come together, united in our commitment, innovation, and cooperation, we can secure a sustainable future for generations to come. Let this meeting mark the beginning of a renewed commitment to water security across the OIC. Together, yes, together, ladies and gentlemen, can turn the challenges into opportunities and forge a path towards resilience and sustainability. Because I strongly believe, and I always say in the end, that it's not I, it's not you, it's us. And together, we can change the world. Thank you very much. Have a great day. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your insightful address. Now I request His Excellency Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry to present souvenir shield to our chief guest.
Sorry, actually, I wish I could say more, but I requested them that, please keep it. Thank you. One more. And that's all. I think all of that is already pretty. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, now we continue with our inaugural program. Next on line, we have His Excellency Ambassador Aftab Ahmed Khukar, Assistant Secretary General, Science and Technology. Please welcome him for his speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Dear Professor Iqbal Chaudhry, Governor General Comstech, Director General Statistic, Madam Zahra is online, Dr. Marwan, Executive Director in Verdum, Excellencies, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege for me to be part of this important inauguration of the first meeting of networking of water centers of excellence in the OIC member states, which is being hosted by Comstech. On behalf of the Secretary General, OIC, His Excellency Sen Brahim Taha, I extend warm and sincere gratitude to Comstech and his team for organizing this first important meeting. Distinguished participants, water security and scarcity is a global challenge that demands collective action. OIC member states must strengthen the collaboration guided by unity and solidarity to develop joint solutions for water-related challenges. Enhancing research and development ecosystem is crucial to achieving sustainable water management practices. By fostering capacity building initiatives, knowledge sharing, and robust institutional frameworks, member states can ensure water security while strengthening public trust in water governance. The Fourth Islamic Conference of Ministers for Water, which was held in Cairo in October 2018, adopted the implementation plan of the OIC Water Vision. This document serves as a comprehensive framework for cooperation, focusing on knowledge sharing, capacity development, technology transfer, and institutional reforms. Achieving and sustaining water security depends not only on water availability, but also on the economic and institutional capacities of member states. This meeting marks a significant step in implementing the OIC Water Vision. It aims to establish a collaborative platform for exchanging innovative solutions and best practices in water management, enabling member states to adopt successful strategies tailored to their unique context. By working together, we can develop sustainable and resilient water systems that contribute to the collective well-being of the Muslim world. Despite progress made in providing clean water and sanitation, many OIC member states still face significant challenges. Achieving Sustainable Development Goal 6, which calls for ensuring the availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, requires adopting innovative and effective approaches. While the global freshwater supply is sufficient to meet current demands, its uneven distribution presents a major challenge. Many OIC member states face water scarcity, impacting domestic needs, economic development, and environmental sustainability. The lack of adequate clean water hampers public health, economic productivity, and environmental conservation. Given these challenges, our member states must prioritize research and innovation in water management. Climate change, population growth, rapid urbanization, and increasing water demand necessitate coordinated efforts in policy development, resource management, and technological advancements. Strengthening institutional and human capacities through training, technical support, and knowledge exchange will enhance our ability to address emerging challenges effectively. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, water security is not only a regional issue, but also a global priority. Strengthening partnership with international organizations, including UN agencies, will facilitate access to expertise, resources, and best practices. Furthermore, engaging the private sector in technology-driven solutions is essential for advancing sustainable water management. Collaborating with global and regional financial institutions can unlock new resources and investment opportunities, helping us achieve our water security objectives. Water is the foundation of sustainable development. Expanding access to safe water reduces poverty, drives economic growth, and unlocks the full potential of our societies. However, achieving water security requires coordinated policies, investments in technology, and strong institutional frameworks, in addition to the human resource development. Today's meeting, which is today's workshop, provides a crucial platform for dialogue, enabling participants from over 20 countries to analyze water-related challenges, share their best practices, and explore avenues for regional cooperation. Let us seize this opportunity to work together, leveraging our collective expertise and resources to build a more sustainable and water-secure future. Many OIC member states are taking serious steps in collaboration with regional and international partners to adopt innovative techniques and new mechanisms to address water-related issues. Greater efforts should be made to exchange experiences in scientific research, strategic planning, and new technologies, including artificial intelligence, in order to achieve water sustainability and thus enhance the social and economic development of our member states. Raising awareness about OIC water vision at both national and international levels and establishing close communication challenges and networking among the OIC countries and the possible partners outside the OIC are the best ways to enhance the efforts of member states in addressing water challenges. I'm confident that this 2 days workshop deliberations amongst the technical experts will come up with practical, measurable, and implementable outcomes and recommendations. We also need to pursue these recommendations through the existing OIC frameworks. Therefore, I urge all the participants to work close cooperation in 2 days and also reach out to those countries who have not been able to join this important workshop. But inshallah, we hope the second meeting will be attended by all 57 OIC member states, inshallah. In conclusion, let me once again extend our deepest appreciation to comstech and all the participants for their presence in this meeting and their commitment to this noble cause. The contributions today and tomorrow will help shape a more resilient and sustainable future for our member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Her Excellency Ms. Zahra Salchouk, Director General of CISRIC, who is here with us online for her keynote speech. Madam, please, you may start your address.
Thank you. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Yes, madam, you're audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished participants, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I begin with the words of Allah from the Surah Al-Nahl. هو الذي أنزل من السماء ماء لكم منه شراب ومنه شجر فيه تسيمون. He is the one who sends down water, rain from the sky, from which you drink and by which plants grow for your cattle to graze. It is a privilege to address you today at the first meeting of Network of Water Centers of Excellence in OIC member countries. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Aftab Ahmed Pakir, Assistant Secretary General at the OIC General Secretariat, His Excellency Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General of Comstech, for inviting me to the opening session of this important meeting. Many thanks also go to the technical participants and participating delegates for their commitment and dedication to organize this event. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we delve further into our topic, I would like to take a moment and draw our attention to the serious challenges our world is facing, with the most pressing one, namely the genocide in Palestine. The devastating impact of the prolonged and brutal attacks on Gaza is evident, with more than 49,000 lives lost, 118,000 injuries, and 2 million displaced individuals. The tragic loss of life, particularly among women and children, underscores the devastating reality facing the Palestinian people, who are enduring what can be described as ethnic cleansing. Our thoughts and prayers are with our brothers and sisters in Palestine during these difficult times, and may Allah grant the martyrs Jannatul Firdaus. Ladies and gentlemen, CESRIC recognizes the vital importance of this meeting, as it brings together experts, researchers, and policymakers to address a critical challenge, water security within OIC community. We know that water is not merely a resource, it is the blood of our societies, essential for agriculture, industry, public health, and overall sustainable development. It is also a central factor for climate change. This meeting is an important opportunity to strengthen cooperation and collaboration in water-related research and development, to share our best practices and innovative solutions for water management, to foster capacity building among OIC member states, to enhance the effectiveness of water policies and strategies. As CESRIC, we are committed to promoting socio-economic development in our member states. Water, environment, agriculture, and food security are the key areas of our focus. We contribute through research, policy guidance, and strategic program development. The OIC 2025 Program of Action underscores the importance of water, calling for maximizing its productive use and also minimizing its destructive impact. So here we should be talking about the sustainable use of water resources. CESRIC regularly prepares and submits key reports to relevant ministerial conferences, including the OIC Water Report, the OIC Environment Report, and the Agriculture and Food Security in OIC member countries report. Our upcoming OIC Water Report is with a theme towards resilient water systems for sustainable future, highlights the increasing water stress facing OIC member countries and the need for innovative water management practices. This report, along with our other analysis, also identifies promising good practices in OIC member countries. I also want to underline that we also maintain OIC Stat, a comprehensive database including water-related indicators to provide reliable data for informed decision-making. And OIC Stat also covers some indicators related to water issues as well. Furthermore, through our water resources management capacity building program, we organize various activities and technical cooperation programs to enhance the capabilities of national institutions in OIC member countries. CESRIC remains committed to supporting the member states in achieving water security and sustainable development. through research, data analysis, and initiatives towards capacity building. Complementing these efforts, we also holding an OIC portal on water resources, which serves as a vital platform for communication, cooperation, and knowledge sharing. I believe that after this important meeting, we will also discuss the issues regarding the update of the OIC portal on water resources. By facilitating exchange of experiences and by promoting innovative techniques, the portal empowers members to adopt best practices and to address water resource challenges effectively. So in this regard, I invite all of the member countries and the institutions that are there for the workshop to actively engage with the OIC water portal, sharing water-related knowledge, resources, and insights with us so that we can update and the water portal day by day. Your contributions are essential to enriching this platform with diverse perspectives and also your expertise, and to foster collaboration and to drive sustainable water management solutions across the OIC community. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, with these observations, let me conclude by thanking you all for your kind attention. Over the next 2 days, I sincerely believe that the meeting will provide a valuable opportunity for engaging in discussions focused on best practices and innovative solutions to address the challenges confronting water management. I also want to be there physically, but due to my conflicting schedule, I can only be there online. But I also want to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity to attend virtually. Together, we can work towards improving water management practices in the member countries, and I eagerly anticipate proactive interactions and meaningful outcomes from our time here. And I hope this initiative continues so that it will thrive in the years to come. I again sincerely want to pay gratitude to our Secretary, General Secretariat, and to His Excellency, my brother, the Assistant Secretary General, and also to all of my colleagues at the ComStech for organizing this important meeting. I wish you a successful meeting and fruitful deliberations. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatuhu.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your keynote speech. With this, may I request His Excellency Dr. Marwan Al-Ragad, Executive Director of comstech Inter-Islamic Network on Water Resource Development and Management, Amman, Jordan, for his opening remarks. Please welcome him.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Esteemed guests, esteemed colleagues, and honored delegates. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and thanks to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, comstech, the Islamic Development Bank, and our partners for their dedication and effort in making this historic meeting as a reality. It is also my honor to convey the greetings of His Royal Highness Prince Al-Hassan bin Talal, who has always been a strong advocate for regional cooperation and sustainable development. And it's my great honor to welcome you at the first meeting for networking of water centers of excellence in the OIC member states. In fact, I'm so happy with this historic moment, as for the first time, we have successfully brought together key OIC organizations, scientific networks, and development partners to coordinate the efforts on water security and sustainability. As a director of NWARDAM, as a practitioner, and as a university professor, I had witnessed the growing pressure on our water resources due to climate change, population growth, and most importantly, inefficient resources use. And when we talk about climate change and resources use efficiency, we need to pause and rethink the facts. Climate change has reduced water availability in the MENA, Middle East, North Africa, by 17% over the last 3 decades. But here is a real shocking fact. We waste 42% of our food, and our irrigation and water use efficiency is falling below 50%. And this is together equivalent to losing more than 40% of the MENA water versus 70% reduction due to climate change. So is climate change truly our biggest enemy, or we need to rethink our practices and we are the ones mismanaging our own resources? Today, we are not just here to discuss these challenges. We are here to build practical solutions through collaboration. At Inwardam, we are inspired by the OIC water vision, and we believe in turning knowledge into action and challenges into opportunities. This is why we set a clear priority of this meeting to advance the water, energy, food, and ecosystem nexus, the WIFI nexus, which is a strategy that recognizes that water is not just a resource, but the foundation of our food system, energy security, and the health of our ecosystem. But truth, we cannot do this alone. The Sustainable Development Goals, number 17, SDG 17, Partnership for the Goal, remind us that real change comes from collaboration. OIC countries and OIC organizations must work together, not in isolation, to mobilize expertise, exchange knowledge, mobilize funds and policies that turn our shared vision into action. Over the next 2 days, let's focus on pragmatic and solution-driven discussion. Let's move beyond analysis and commit actionable strategies that will transform the way forward. And let's make this meeting a turning point for water cooperation in the Islamic world. Thank you for being part of this mission.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your kind, insightful opening remarks. May I now request Ms. Afia Salam, Advisor, Hisar Foundation, for her technical presentation on changing the narratives of water and changing the outcomes. Please welcome Ms. Afia Salam.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. I can't emphasize enough what an honor and a privilege it is to be here at this comstech conference, especially amongst all the OIC members. And it's a privilege here also to be amongst the countries with which we have a common thread, not just of faith, but of the essential topic of water, which touches every life and every life form. So this is, I think, the only element which touches every life form on earth. And this is why it is so important. Many of the things that I would like to say here have been said by our esteemed panelists already. And I will be, they're all there in the presentation, but I will, in the interest of time, be skipping over those and emphasizing the fact that we have been looking at water in a different way, but the connected world that we are looking for, connected platform that we are aspiring to, demands that we open up those silos and actually look at water as a multidisciplinary field of knowledge. And I think that is the only way that we will be able to progress and break down those barriers where right now we have the engineers and the scientists and the practitioners and the voices from the ground barely reach. And many times we see the top-down solutions. And I think it's now time to shuffle those things, especially as you just mentioned about the climate change impact. And we have seen in the first quarter of this century that many dispensations have been tried, and we've had moved from a bipolar world to almost a unipolar world. But the only thing that we have seen that has worked are the blocks of shared interest. And this is why I would like to emphasize that we, even right now, as one of the highest perpetrators of climate change, has now gone into the denialist mode. And what kind of impact that will have on the rest of the world. is something that we need to be very cautious about and we need to be prepared for. And as mentioned earlier, amongst us over here within the OIC countries, there are so many who fall in the category of water stress. So it is so important that we rally together and we come up with a platform where everything can be discussed, shared solutions and shared ideas can be put forward. Bear with me, I'm usually known as pretty tech challenged, so okay. So I think this is something that nobody really has any need for me to go in depth of, because the climate change has actually thrown everything out of sync, and these unexpected changes are something that we are seeing across the world. The coordinator to the Prime Minister from on Ministry of Climate Change, she had also said that there are so many things that we need to deal with because our food security depends on it. Food security obviously depends on the water security, and we are experiencing loss of ecosystems, and that is something that we need to be wary of. Now, again, these numbers are there. I think all of you, being scientists, being practitioners, are aware of them. The population pressures are something that what I call an elephant in the room. We start talking after sort of being blindsided about the pressures of population, which are actually the reason why we will see the problem of water exacerbating. And the wastage that you mentioned is something so important to keep in mind, because not everything can be laid at the door of the nature and climate change. There are things that we can fix, and we must fix ourselves, and we must take cognizance. And yes, we have seen how the newer generation seems to be far more cognizant of the problems that it will face. And they are raising their voice, and those voices need to be taken into account, and they need to be embraced, and they need to be included in looking at solutions which are going to impact them more than they have, they are going to impact us now. And this is what I mean, interdisciplinary and as well as intersectional. So we have to break many barriers. We have to also break, the last one here is talking about the strangulation of capitalism, the neo-colonialism, the power that is actually bearing down on the use of resources, which we actually need to use according to our own, it's not a one size fits all. Every country has its own requirements. Every country has its own imperatives, but we need to make those decisions ourselves. And as a region, as a fraternity of OIC, there are so many solutions that we can learn from each other. And this is why we at HISAR and at this very August forum are calling for a new narrative for discussing water. And this can't be done without a transformative network framework, because we have to start talking about water in a different manner. Access, use, equity, resource equity is something that we need to embed within all our conversations, because we will never get out of the cycle of, the injustices. And now, even in the climate change debate, it's more about climate justice. So justice has to be the underpinning narrative. And again, social outcomes, that also depends on justice. The connections between the water regimes, agriculture, and the social trends. The social trends of the way we are using water, the way we must realize that it is something that needs to be saved, conserved. The faith that we all belong to has emphasized this. For 1400 years, we've been given the, ethos of how to view water, how to view all natural resources, not just water. And somehow we need to hold on tight to those, that ethos, and see that our social trends are in sync with them. Now, this is also something, at least in Pakistan, definitely we are seeing this rural to urban migration with growing mechanization, with growing industrialization. That is a reality generally the world is looking at. And that changes the entire justice system, the usage of water, the supply. And that's where we need to see how the cities, which are seen as engines of growth, are not actually being burdened in a manner by the newer inhabitants, where the new people who are coming in, if they do not have the resources which the upper income bracket people have, that they are actually denied. We've spoken, you've heard about the pollution in our water resources, and they range from our rivers and all to the municipal supplies, and that is an element then obviously spills over into the health sector. So we need to see and maybe keep the SDG diagram in front of us every time we talk about water, because it is linked to each and every one of them. And that is how we need to maybe, see that as a pathway of going forward. This is something, this is a narrative that it resonates with me personally also, because academically I have a background in geography. The Hisar Foundation chair also has a background in geography, and we see things flowing from that knowledge. And I mean, I'm pun intended when I use the word flowing, because we can identify the natural course that water takes and how it reaches to the ultimate consumer, whether the person is in the rural economy or whether they are in the cities, and how that needs to be saved, ensured, and made sure that that is reaching them in a form which does not compromise their health and the water health and human health, both, because compromised water health means compromised food health. And this is also Ms. Romina also mentioned the Recharge Pakistan. So that is the entire program is, the emphasizing on nature-based solutions, which would help us recharge our groundwater. But we must also see, as in the SDG, that the goal 6 does not focus only on water, but also on sanitation. Because recharging groundwater without any thought of fixing the sanitation does not really help much, because then we are pulling up groundwater that is also not pure, that is full of pollutants. So all these benefits that we have of extraction of water have come at a cost. They've come at a cost of lowering the groundwater, making it unavailable, or making it more costly for people in the rural as well as in the urban areas. And also it has increased the pollution level. So we need the fix. And we would like to really see what kind of, shared knowledge can be brought to country from our members assembled over here in the sessions, because that is the only thing, there are many countries. Yesterday also at the networking, we saw that there were many problems that were being discussed, which were similar to the ones that Pakistan faces. And there were people who said that we have the technical ability. The other people said we have the scientific ability to be able to overcome that. And then, of course, there was a question of finance. And I think within the OIC, because looking outward now, it's very clear that help is not coming from outside. So within this fraternity, we can see what kind of assistance we can offer to each other. Again, we need to look at water in a holistic manner of each and every sources in all these areas that are mentioned here in this slide. They have different imperatives, they have different geographies, they have different scientific compositions, and all of them need to be looked at separately yet holistically. So they can feed into one solution, which is integrated water resource management. And this is where the justice angle reappears, because the price of water, the value of water, if we attach a price to it, then there is a large body of people who are not able to. So then we have to embed the human rights and a certain volume of water which they have to have, which as a human right. And beyond that, yes, the pricing needs to be rationalized, that whoever is using more water needs to pay for that water. And that also is something, for the economists to look at, and also for the geographers as well as the social scientists to look at, because then there is a psychological element. The lack of accessibility of water has a psychological bearing. And Pakistan as a country, again, to reiterate what the minister, the coordinator said, we've had too much water and too little water, alternating almost, cyclical. And both the things have their psychological impacts on the people. Millions of people who were hit by the floods, they have a psychological fear. There are children, it has been, it has actually been reported that there are children who fear the sound of gushing water now. They are going to grow up with that fear. And that's a psychological element over there that needs to be addressed. And then those who are living or going in search of water in the parched lands, we are into a drought. The meteorological department has already declared a drought. And what happens to them? Because that sets into motion other things like climate-induced migration. And migration then also has its social impact. So again, it's all holistic, it's all connected. We have to take a look at how we can manage all those implications. Again, financing, of course, means investing in the science, investing in the technology, investing in the study of water as a holistic subject. And very kind of Dr. Iqbal, who mentioned the Panjwani Hisar Water Institute, because that is being set up with the thought of making it a multidisciplinary institute, which the country didn't have. We do have Water Institute. We have a Center of Excellence in Water in several universities. But this is going to touch on the social aspects, on the community aspects. The voices will be there. So we are really looking forward for it to actually come out and, play that role in society, which right now we lack. Building an investment base, again, the transformative narrative, as it says here, for less reliance on international. By international, I mean the multilateral donors we see, the multilateral lending institutions we see, because we barely are able to get ourselves out of debt traps. And this is why we said this is a fraternity which is connected in more ways than one, and maybe we can be offering assistance to each other. The circular economy of water in urban areas is something that is new. Generally, water discussion has focused on the rural areas, on the agrarian economy, because at least in my country, it employs the largest number of people, even though, if you look at it from the cost benefit analysis, the output that one would expect with so many people invested in one sector would be far greater chunk of the GDP. But that's what we need to look at, how to make that more productive. And water conservation and the rational use of water is something that can ensure that. And I'm sure it's true in so many other countries that we see around us. Now this, as I mentioned, these kind of linkages that we hope to develop, we hope that at the end of our 2 days of interaction, there will be a platform which can serve as a convening body of like-minded countries. And that is where, the knowledge, it can bring in the knowledge pool, it can bring in the technical expertise, and also look at tangible solutions. We are not just going to go for, intangible and feel-good solutions, but actually something that can do good to our people, all our people. And this is something very, very important, because not enough people we see are going into the study of water, whether it is water, the hydrology, whether it is the psychology, or whether it is the diplomacy, because diplomacy also acts as a catalyst for solutions. Many times the scientists and the practitioners have the solutions, but the diplomatic push that can bring different countries, because water is a transboundary issue in most countries. So the diplomatic understanding and the diplomatic push that it is a shared resource, that is something very, very important to instill and have, to make it part of institutions. And this is a gap that can be very ably filled by institutions such as Comtech and other like institutions within the OIC. Because you do need the political will to implement any kind of suggestions that are going to be made over here. So yes, linking academia with the government brings that validation of the true data and science and everything that can be done right. And the government needs to own that and then implement it, because that is the domain of the government, the legislators. And yes, water has a gender, at least in my country, it does. And women are seen as water fetchers, water carriers, water managers in our society. And in many societies, I mean, we are connected, we meet people regionally, internationally, and it is not very dissimilar to many other countries within the OIC. And because it impacts women in so many different ways, we need to have the presence of women in different sectors. We need to know the realities of how a community woman is impacted by water, and then bring those voices onto the policy tables or into research institutions and into the decision-making bodies. Because all debates and that exclude that element, which do not come up any solutions which are seen with a gender lens, usually exclude almost half the population. And that is why such solutions will not work. They will not be equitable. So we must look at the gender aspect when we are talking about water. And it is because until now they have been, largely invisible, but we need more and more women coming forward. We need to, maybe even if we have to take some affirmative action to induct women, we need to do that. This again, I think this is a message that all of us can take back to our country, that it is finally, like it is usually said, very glibly, the buck stops here. Well, the buck does stop at the government, because they need to own the solutions that water specialists can offer to them. Thank you very much. This is just some submissions from us.
Thank you very much, Madam, for a very elaborate presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach to the conclusion of this inaugural ceremony, it is my great honor to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who made this meeting a reality. First and foremost, I would like to thank our honorable ambassadors, representatives of various embassies, distinguished speakers, and participants who are here with us. I'm immensely grateful to His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry, Coordinator General of Comstech, whose visionary leadership and unwavering support were instrumental in bringing this initiative to a fruition. With this, I would also like to thank His Excellency, the Ambassador Aftab Ahmed Khokhar, Assistant Coordinator General of OIC, and his colleague, Ms. Ghaida Salama. Assistant Secretary General of Science and Technology at OIC Jeddah, and his colleague, Ms. Ghaida Salama, for their continuous support and liaison for organizing this event. A special thanks to our technical partners in Verdem, CESREC, and also Hisar Foundation for helping us setting up the agenda for this meeting. I'm also deeply grateful to all the moderators, panelists, and presenters from the member countries who will be contributing to the agenda of this meeting in this today and the next day. Last but not the least, I would also like to extend my appreciation to the organizing team of Comstech, which was started by Senior Director HR and Administration Aftab Zaidi, and the teams and the comstech support staff and the volunteers who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the seamless execution of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of comstech, I hope this meeting will be a stepping stone to creating a collaborative network of water centers of excellence within the OIC framework. Thank you once again for all your presence and participation. I wish we have a fruitful meeting ahead, inshallah. With this, may I request His Excellency Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry to present souvenir to His Excellency Ambassador Aftab Ahmed Khokhar, Assistant Secretary General, Science and Technology, for his presence here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please proceed outside for the group photo. Our staff will guide you, and this group photo will be followed by high tea outside this auditorium, and we will begin our technical session here at 11:45, inshallah. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are starting with the technical session 1 of our program. For this technical session, we have requested His Excellency Dr. Marwan Al-Ragad, Executive Director of Inverdam, Jordan, to be the chair, and Professor Dr. Ladies and gentlemen, please may I have your attention? So this technical session 1 will be chaired by His Excellency Dr. Marwan Al-Ragad, Executive Director of Inverdam, and will be moderated by Professor Dr. Muhammad Abu Bakr. He's also Executive Director, the Center of Water Informatics and Technology from Lahore University of Management Sciences, Pakistan. With this, I request our esteemed chair and the moderator to please conduct the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Adina. Thank you everyone for coming back for the first technical session today. I'm Marwan Al-Ragad, the Director of Inverdam. I have with me also Professor Dr. Abu Bakr Muhammad, who will be the moderator of this session. And he's from the Lahore University of Management Science, LUMS. Please allow me to introduce the first speaker, Ms. Alia Tarifi from CISRIC, and she will be presenting on CISRIC as a background, rational and objective of the meeting in the OIC content. Ms. Alia Tarifi is the Technical Cooperation Officer at the Statistical, Economical and Social Research Training Center of Islamic Countries, CISRIC. Dr. Alia, the floor is yours.
I can move from here.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, His Excellency Dr. Marwan, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to start by thanking the organizer of this meeting, OIC General Secretariat, comstech, and technical partners. Today, I am honored to present you on the topic of OIC water portal and the various initiatives undertaken by CISRIC related to water management. This presentation will provide a comprehensive overview of the OIC water portal, along with the CISRIC deep insight into CISRIC initiatives. The purpose of the presentation is to provide an overview of CISRIC capacity building efforts in the areas of water. This will include not only the OIC water portal, but the other initiatives undertaken by CISRIC, highlighting their role Okay, then shall I bring my laptop? Okay, then I will bring my laptop. Yes. Sorry for the technical problem. Uh, the presentation will include district water portal and district other initiatives in the area of water. And highlighting their roles promoting knowledge, sharing, collaboration, and capacity building. The content of presentation is as follows. Or from here. Which one? Yes, the OIC water portal. This is what created facilitates information sharing across the member countries, making crucial data on water resource accessible to each stakeholder. Serves as a platform for collaboration among the member countries, OIC water resource institutions to address common water challenges. It was established, considered, following the roundtable discussion meeting held during the OIC conference ministers responsible for water. It was organized on 5 to 6 March in 2012 in Istanbul. The meeting recommended the creation of the web portal to facilitate matching the needs of member countries, their efforts in terms of training capacity building, exchange of experience, expertise, and technical assistance in water sector. The main objective of the includes the facilitating exchange of experience, promoting innovative techniques, and sharing success stories in water management by enhancing collaboration. The portal seeks empower member countries adopt these practices and effectively address the water resource challenges, ultimately contributing to sustainable regional development. Yes, this is the OIC water portal homepage. The homepage of the portal features to highlight a page that displays the latest news and updates, while also guiding users to other key section of the portal, which we will be reviewing in the with details in other slides. The page includes like links to the variety of important water conventions, providing easy access to the relevant information regarding OIC Water Council, OIC Water Vision, and Islamic Conference of Ministers responsible for water. And this resource serves to enhance the understanding and collaboration among the member countries in their efforts to manage water resources effectively. Yeah, the news and event page is organized into 4 key sectors. First, news events from the OIC member countries. This section features listing information and updates related to water-related news and events sources from the official website of the OIC member countries. We have CISRIC events section. Here we present news and updates on water-related activities conducted by CISRIC within the framework of the OIC Water Capacity Building Program, emphasizing their commitment to promoting cooperation and sharing knowledge within the OIC community. We have section 3, we have upcoming events. In this part, we announce and to provide details about the upcoming activities related to water organized by OIC institutions, member countries, and CISRIC, ensuring stakeholders are informed and engaged. Section 4, here we have success stories part. There is also a segment that highlights motivating the water-related success stories and projects implemented in OIC member countries, displaying achievements and best practices that can serve as a model for others. We have publication part. Under publication part is organized in 2 sections designed to provide comprehensive insight into water resources. Specific publication on water resources. This section features all reports and publications generated by CISRIC that pertain to water resources. Here you will find deep in analysis, research findings, and policy recommendations aimed to enhancing water management and cooperation within the OIC. Other publication we have on water resources. In this section, we curate a collection of valuable reports, articles related to water resources from OIC member countries and OIC institutions. This source serves as a highlight, diverse perspectives, successful initiatives, and research advancements in field, fostering knowledge exchange and best practices among the stakeholders. By organizing the content in this manner, we aim to facilitate easy access to critical information and promote deeper understanding of water resources, water resource management in the OIC context. Yes, we have policy and regulation section here. On the policy and regulation page, we gather water-related policies, regulations from OIC member countries utilizing their official website. The slide highlights example practices from the selected countries showing the diverse approaches to water governance and regulation among our member countries. Water statistics. As you all of you know, the OIC statistics, we call in short OIC stats. Database is the first and only international repository for statistics on OIC member countries. It serves as a crucial resource for accessing detailed data and information about water resources across this nation. This page offers a centralized platform for water statistics, allowing us to visualize impact of various policies and numerical data. Yes. For this slide, we added invitation to collaboration, utilize this water portal. We would like to invite all member countries to actively engage with OIC Water Portal as an essential platform for sharing, disseminating water-related knowledge and resources. This initiative aims to foster collaboration, enhance access to valuable information, to water management, innovative projects, and relevant news articles. We encourage you to submit your water-related projects, publication, and news article for publication, helping us to create dynamic and researchful platform for all member states. Now, I would like to move specific activities related to water. The mandate areas of CITRIC include statistics, information, economic and social research, training and capacity building, and finally, we have technical cooperation. These areas ought to be addressed and support development challenges in various sectors, including water management. CITRIC manages a comprehensive database, that is OIC ISTOT, which tracks key indicators across the environmental, social, and economic dimensions. It offers member countries access to reliable and consistent data that helps identify regional trends and areas for targeted action. Currently, the database includes 1,852 indicators, and these indicators, from these indicators, 71 of them directly related to the water. This information is extreme value for making data-driven decisions. With regard to capacity building program, 2 activities were organized. It is related to the SDG between 21 to 24 to enhance countries' capacity to collect water-related statistics. Around 155 participants from 42 OIC member countries benefited from these activities. Yes, CITRIC research activities in the area of water. CITRIC regularly conducting research on the state of water sector in Islamic world. Our sectoral report titled OIC Water Report serve as main technical background document for biennial presentation on Islamic Conference Minister responsible for water. Support evidence-based policy dialogue and discussion among the member countries. This report offers a comprehensive analysis of the current status of water resources and their management OIC member countries. By looking into the latest comparable data and trends on key indicators. Yes, in addition, the center is also conducting research on cross-cutting themes of agriculture development, environmental issues which are critical for sustainable management of water resources in OIC member countries. The findings of these research reports have been instrumental in enhancing the technical cooperation and exchange expertise among OIC countries by identifying and featuring success stories, best practices, and active policy measures. In this slide, I will be explaining the specific activities in the area of training and technical cooperation. In the mandate of water, CITRIC launches its water research management capacity building program to enhance the capacities of relevant national institutions in OIC member countries in a wide range of areas such as efficient technical use of land, water, livestock management, and fisheries aquaculture. While creating a platform with best practices and experience can share exchange through the implementation of training courses, workshops, and studies. Within the framework of water capacity building program, CITRIC has implemented 19 capacity building activities since its initiation for the benefit of more than 950 participants from water and agriculture ministries and national institutions of OIC member countries. This is our technical cooperation part. I want to share some success stories here. As a part of the comstech project funding mechanism established in 2013 by the comstech coordination office, finance projects proposed by member countries and relevant OIC institutions. CITRIC has implemented so far a total of 16 capacity building projects. Mostly of them we recently implemented in 2014, 24, sorry, in the area of agriculture and food security, tourism, and poverty alleviation. Under the 12 calls of the comstech project funding in 2025, we have submitted 3 projects. Sorry, 5 projects. Recently they announced the final listed project. 3 of our projects have been finalized, and we will be receiving funds, inshallah. And one of them is our project in the area of water, promoting unconventional water resource to enhance agricultural productivity in water sectors OIC member countries. We will be implementing this project, inshallah, in 2025. I am honored to invite all member countries to benefit from this project and participate to our activities, inshallah. Apart from the project, we have in 2025, we have planned activities of district. Here are 4 activities. It is in the area of water as well as agriculture. I would like to invite all OIC institutions, relevant water institutions from OIC member countries, and benefit and participate from this activity. Yes, here is a possible to visit the website via QR code. Dear guests, please feel free to expand the visit the portal if you would like to learn. Yes. Sorry, these are the activities of the planned district in 2025. This is the QR code for visiting the OIC portal and district website. We'd like to encourage active use of the portal for accessing research, sharing knowledge, and building partnership. Please join efforts of district in advancing water management practices, sharing expertise, collaborating to overcome the region's water challenges. With that, I came to the end of the district presentation related to water portal. Thank you very much for your kind attention. If you have any question, I can hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Technical Coordinator, Corporate Officer.
So we can have a question if there is first of the audience. Any questions or comments?
Please.
I just wait for the mic, please. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Amadou Gueye. I'm from Senegal. I want to thank Dr. Alia for his great present. Yes, the comment that I have as a country member, I just take to see this platform that will create collaboration, and I want just to know how the country members are contributing.
Yes.
The second is, I see one project related to the unconventional water. It is closed, or how the country also can be benefited to this project.
Yes, thank you very much for the nice question. Your first question is about the water portal, how we can share your, the resource published under the OIC water portal. Yes, yes, I am giving here training course, training at district.org email addresses. Anytime, any kind of success stories, research, or policy regulation related to your country, you can share with us by writing. It can be published under the OIC water portal. We will be welcoming, and we will be publishing the, your resources, our research or such stories. Our main aim is to encourage member countries to use and engage very well this portal. And we will be waiting. Anytime you can write email to cabinet@district or first training@district.org. We can publish from there. Second question is related to the project. It is unconventional water. It will be implementing in 2025 this year. We have a long, line training courses. It will be 5 or 6 days. 2 activities will be related to water there. And we will be sending invitation to our member countries. We will be welcoming you if you join. It will be organized in maybe July or August. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I think we can now move on to the next presentation.
Thank
Let's
you.
have a round of applause for the speakers. So our next speaker is going to be our chair, who does not need a long introduction. So I'll be very, very quick. So this is a presentation on what issues in the distinctive geographies within the OIC region by His Excellency Dr. Marwan Al-Gharat, Executive Director, Inter-Islamic Network on Water Resources Development and Management. He's based in Jordan.
And until my presentation gets ready, thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much for being here for this session and presentation. I am Marwan, the director of INWARDAM, and I'm a groundwater hydrologist, and I'm a GIS and mapping expert. This is why my presentation is based on more or less more maps. So as most of you know that INWARDAM is the technical arm of the OIC when it comes to water management and water-related practices. We are an intergovernmental entity and we serve all the OIC countries. Today we are active through active membership in 22 countries, including all OIC states in the Middle East, North Africa, and more to the African countries and some in Asian continent. We do work on drinking water and human well-being. We work with the ecosystem health and ecosystem services. We deal with water-related hazards and disasters such as climate change and related issues, and economic activities and development together with economic empowerment is the driver of our work. And we achieve our vision and serve the Islamic State through components like the good water governance, transboundary cooperation, which is a vital component for the collaborative work within the OIC countries. We are strong believers of the SDG 17, partnership for the goal. We cannot achieve any goal related to sustainability without having those partnerships. Sustainability and financing are important topics at our work at INWARDAM, because without sustainability, without clear exit strategies, our project will not be sustained and the impact will not last. And for sure, as water is everyone's business, we leave no one behind. Everyone is related or associated with water management in a way. So we are trying to have like an inclusive dialogue within INWARDAM that brings everyone in the OIC on the same round table to present their ideas. We're having back then general facts about the OIC, and I think all of us are aware about those facts. So we not spend too much time presenting how dry are the OIC countries and how much water availability is a key component in the development and socio-economic prosperity. But all of us know that by 2030, we will have 1/3 of the humanity facing looming water crisis, and that's for sure associated with food crisis, ecosystem destruction, and many other negative impacts. As OIC, we have something like 27% of the total world agricultural land. And for the 27%, we consume or we use 31% of the global water use in our agriculture. I think that makes sense. 27% translated at 30%. And our major products when it comes to agriculture, we are talking about grains, 68 up to 70%, followed by fruits and vegetables as the main agricultural products. Unfortunately, grains, which is the elephant in the room with almost 70%, is facing also climate change because the grains in the OIC depends mainly on rain-fed agriculture, especially in the MENA region and the dry region. And here the climate change impact can be seen on the food security. Another issue at the OIC level is the external water dependency, and that brings the importance of water diplomacy, the importance of dialogue that brings countries that live upstream with the countries downstream to solve common water issues and to turn water from a tool of dispute and conflict into a tool of peace and understanding. We can see that OIC countries follow the global trends. We are having an increasing number of conflicts within the OIC and within the globe, but we still have a positive signal that we are having an increasing number of international water agreements that include OIC. So we're having more problems, but we are having more dialogue and more communications to solve those issues. And we can see here on the map that most of the OIC countries, they have shared water resources. And here we are talking just about the surface water. We still have the underground water or the groundwater, which is also shared between different OIC countries. And when you have shared resources, we do expect that we will have interaction. I will not say conflicts. And interactions can come in different aspects. And you can see that within the OIC, we had a massive number of interactions in shared basin between 1990 up to 2018, like in major basins like Tigris Euphrates Basin, we had something like 130 interactions between governments, communities, and water users in the time slot 1990 to 2018. And that brings the importance of following the water diplomacy. And we are having transboundary hotspots within the OIC, starting from where we are now in the Indus River Basin. And we are having a very good example on one of the oldest treaties in the world related to water management at the transboundary level. We all agree that we need to review our international agreements and standards when it comes to transboundary water management, because for a long time we didn't consider the climate change and the impact of climate change on the water amount in the shared basin. For a long time, all the negotiation and discussion done at the negotiation rooms, it was based on the share. How much is the share of Iraq in the Tigris and the Euphrates? How much is the share of Egypt? But no one is talking about the mutual benefit. How much Turkey will gain if it will help Iraq in enhancing their water use efficiency. So exchanging knowledge, capacities, and expertise is really important. And when it comes to the hidden conflict or the silent conflict, as we named it in Wardam, which is the groundwater, no one can see it. It's flowing under us. And countries that are facing stresses on surface water, they are moving now or shifting the groundwater pumping, like the case in Egypt. And we're having good example between Libya and Egypt back in 1991 that we had the first groundwater-oriented agreement within the OIC, and we hope to see this agreement or similar agreements being implemented between Jordan and Saudi Arabia on the shared aquifer and other areas. When it comes to gender issues, we follow the international standard. We are gender balanced community, I would say. We are a young community at Islamic State, and our kids represent 30% of the global children population. Unfortunately, we still have children with no access to safe water in many countries within the OIC. And I would say that more than 1/3 of the children in the world are in the Islamic State facing no access or having no access to safe water and sanitation. And that for sure will be reflected on the child mortality rate in different areas. So now we need to blame someone. We need to blame an activity that's created all those problems, why we reach this level of water scarcity, why we are having a lot of issues with the water use efficiency. And the easiest thing is to blame climate change. Climate change is the cause of the disaster we're having. Climate change is responsible about the leakage in the pipeline. Climate change is responsible about the food we waste. Climate change is responsible about things that is not responsible about even. Even in the global risk mapping, 2024 done by the Economic Forum, World Economic Forum, we can see that climate action failure is at the center of the whole risk matrix, together with extreme weather, natural disaster, food crisis, water crisis, with different aspects and relations. But as I said in the upcoming remarks, if climate change is causing 17% reduction in the water availability in the MENA, while inefficiency or bad efficiency, low efficiency, food waste are causing us 40 to 45% of our water resources. I think we should rethink our practices and start looking at challenges as opportunities. As an overall figure, in the OIC, we are having 32% irrigation efficiency. That means we are losing or wasting 70% of our water resources. So is it easier to work with the efficiency, or shall we keep fighting this monster that is called climate change without having a real impact on the ground? And considering that the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, we're supposed to meet them by 2030, and now, unfortunately, we are looking for new goals to be 2040 goals or 2050 goals. 40% is a food waste, and that includes a lot of water, that includes a lot of energy. And for me, most importantly, it includes an effort of a poor farmer for the whole season who was producing and investing his knowledge, his expertise in the face of climate change. And finally, we're having those as waste in different places, from the farm to the market to the house. We're still 100% almost focusing on conventional water resources. Treated wastewater reuse, water harvesting, desalination still not considered as a major contributor to our water budget in the OIC. So those challenges, they create very good opportunities that can be invested in collaborative work to achieve some goals. If we took the food waste, if we analyze the food waste in the globe and in the OIC, globally and similar to the OIC, we are wasting 40% of the food. And that means we are wasting $1 trillion globally because of food waste from the farm to the home or to the house. And what we need to stop hunger is less than half of this amount. So if we cut food waste to 50%, then theoretically we will have no hunger on the planet. And the daily water lost in those 40% is equivalent to 3.5 billion cubic meters. And that means 3 times yearly water for a country like Jordan being wasted with the food each day. And all of us are aware that we are living in the solar belt, where solar energy is highly visible in our land. We consume most of our energy, up to 20% in water, pumping and distribution, and we need to add now desalination and treatment of the water. Unfortunately, solar and wind energy, the major type of renewable energy, they count only for less than 10% of our energy mixture within the OIC countries. So in order to see where are we from this integrated management, which is called the WIFI nexus, water, energy, food, and ecosystem nexus, and I do believe that IORS, our partner, our sister organization, will be presenting more in those aspects. So we created an index for the nexus, how much each country is considering the balance between water, energy, food, and ecosystem. And we realized that we are having below 50 index within the OIC, and that means we still are not reaching that point where we manage our water and energy sources in a wide way. But we still have a lot of WIFI regional benchmarks within the OIC. We're having today the Saudi Middle East Green Initiative with the ambitious goal of planting more than 10 billion trees in the Middle East. We're also having the movements in Egypt by the Egypt Green Project with investment up to 15 billion, and Bahr al-Bagar mega wastewater treatment and reuse model in Egypt, the new Delta desalination project in Egypt with 7.5 million cubic meter a day of desalination. And we also appreciate the efforts of the governmental efforts of Morocco, reaching 37% as renewable energy. I think those benchmarks, those success stories need to be promoted within the OIC. I think we should stop or reduce promoting the bad news, the negative news about the climate change, the impact and the dark future we're having, and start right now, maybe through the portal of district, to start promoting the success stories, promoting the good practices toward a sustainable future. What do we see at NWADM? That we should have a paradigm shift. Through this paradigm shift, We should move from a rigid, stagnant, and slow mechanism to have more creative, pragmatic, and dynamic mechanism. The current paradigm is based on data collection and theoretical studies, and theoretical capacity building also. We do focus on the problem and challenges, and we are always focusing at the nation level in our practices and policies. While we need a new paradigm that fits within the OIC ambitious water strategy, to move from data collection into creating knowledge. And this knowledge can be used in decision support systems. And to move from theoretical capacity building, copy-paste, into market-driven, practical and vocational training that create skilled people working in the sector. Instead of focusing on problems and challenges, we need to focus on opportunities and repeating the success stories, considering we're having more or less similar climatic zones in different countries of the OIC. And we're still focusing on the nation or in the region, sometimes in the city or in the district. Maybe we need to go to a regional approach, following water diplomacy and look at water as holistic, from a holistic point of view, to manage it wisely. And we do have a lot of opportunities that can bring our thinking into practices. For example, this is our D2D vision or project, which is data to decision. When it comes to water, we aim to create a dialogue between science, policy, and stakeholders toward water security. And in this map, we can see that we're having a very good opportunity through the high number of researchers per million. Worldwide, we are having 1,500 researchers per million in each country. But in the OIC, we're having up to sometimes 2,000 researchers by 1 million inhabitants in each country. And that's very good opportunity that we can use or invest this army of researchers, master students, PhD students into conducting demand-driven research and to bridge the gap between science and policy making and to help us more mapping and infographics, because those maps and infographics, they can help us in disseminating the messages in a very clear way. Our approach, our vision, proceed with the OIC countries, is to focus on the challenges that we are having related to water. So we start by the community. We are following a community-based approach through job creation and women empowerment. So those are the demands in different countries in the OIC. As future leaders, we are empowering youth to use policy making and creating a group of WIFI Nexus professionals. For sure, without a green economy and sustainable market linkages, our solutions will not have an impact on the ground and will not be sustainable. And for sure, to solve transboundary issues, we need to deal with regional promotion of WIFI success stories and to create regional WIFI talks or dialogues. And we need to practice this level of thinking. This is why we at Anwar we consider ourselves as think and do tank. So all of the previous slides were the thinking level. Now what we do and how we do that. We created a community of practice for the WIFI experts. We call it the COPE. And this WIFI community of practice is a group of experts from the OIC countries, similar to the group of water centers of experts that we are proposing today here. And we aim to merge science, technology, and policies into real-life improvement for citizens. We are following a people-centric approach, focusing on youth, and we grow more with youth. Following this concept, we started exchanging capacities and expertise within this community of practice. So in Saudi Arabia, they are very good in solar desalination. And in Egypt, they do need this expertise. So today we created bridges between the government of Saudi Arabia, the government of Egypt, to exchange the knowledge related to solar desalination. But Egypt needs to pay back Saudi Arabia, not money, not goods, not product, but expertise, knowledge. So Egyptian technical people will be training Saudis on the wastewater reuse. From Iraq, we're glad to have our board member from Hamas Sabri from Iraq. With him, we are working in the water diplomacy. And in water diplomacy, Iraq will be helping Jordan into advancing its water diplomacy profile. You can see that most of the arrows are going to Lebanon because in Lebanon they have a high demand, and unfortunately, under the current circumstances, they cannot provide help to other countries. We would like to see the community of practice growing at the OIC level. So we started our seed here. We're having ambitious plans by Iran, Turkey, and other countries to join. We started at the Golden Triangle of the Red Sea, and we hope to expand to the region. Within this community of practice, we're having more than one initiative to prove our level of thinking and to put something on the ground that is solid and sustainable. We're glad to be the host of the Blue Peace Middle East Initiative, which was hosted by the Turkish Water Institute, the win for the year 2016, 2020. Dr. Mustafa, correct me if I'm wrong. And as a coordination office in Wardam today is helping the community of the Blue Peace to transform water from a potential source of conflict into an instrument tool of cooperation and peace through dialogue, capacity building, and concrete actions of pilot projects. Our team today are in Iraq in the Blue Peace Initiative, and we are preparing for our pilots in Iraq to promote the Blue Peace Initiative. We're also working with the government of Egypt, government of Lebanon, government of Saudi Arabia, and Jordan to institutionalize the Wi-Fi Nexus, to have the Wi-Fi Nexus as an entity hosted or localized in the governmental sector of those related ministries, and to create a regional Wi-Fi Nexus hub that can help us in promoting the success stories and the sustainable development measures. At the water use efficiency, and it's important to deal with water use efficiency, and I'm happy to be accompanied by our team leader at water use efficiency, Engineer Faris Saeed, who is experienced in water use efficiency, and this is the result of his project that he's managed over the last 2 years. It's called the Smart River Project, aiming at enhancing water use efficiency and creating jobs. We managed to have a very solid impact on the ground, just in Jordan, reaching 11,000 training opportunities, 450 home-based business, job opportunities, sustainable and smart farms, and food processing facilities. Then you can see that we cover different aspects in this domain. This is our jewel of the crown in Wardam, the project that we all proud of. It's called Semester Hand project, and this project is located on the border between Jordan and Syria. And as you know, Jordan hosted 1.2 million Syrian refugees during the crisis after 2011. And those refugees were hosted within the hosting community of Jordan, and that created a lot of pressures on the resources, jobs, prices, and that created a case of non-stability between the hosting community and refugees. So we use water as a tool of cohesion between the communities. We brought Syrian, we brought Jordanians, all of them are young men and women working together in a decent working environment where we have hydroponics using water harvesting and reducing food waste production. We introduced smart sensors, automated irrigation, smart agriculture, hydroponics, solar energy to have 25,000 square meters of smart greenhouses that are creating jobs for the community, building cohesion, and creating good examples to be taken to other OIC countries. And as I said before, our team are today in Iraq to present this project and other projects to be implemented in Iraq, and we will be moving later on to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, and Turkey, inshallah, in the Blue Peace Initiative and other projects. We look at the lesson learned from this project, beside the social cohesion and building trust. We look at the water footprint. For example, if we took the cucumber, we need 165 liters to produce 1 kilogram of cucumber in the traditional agriculture, in the open field. While in our greenhouses, in our system, we use 18 liters to produce 1 kilogram of cucumber, and that really increase the value. That really grow more with less. And that's what the OIC needs to enhance or to keep sustain food security while protecting the limited water resources. And we can apply the same equation on different or in other products. I'm thankful to our partners, because without our partners and the partnership support of comstech, we will not be able to do what we presented and to help OIC. And also would like to thank my team who worked hard over the last year into realizing our thinking into doing and to support OIC countries in achieving sustainability. Thank you so much, and we are ready to have your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Marwan, for an excellent presentation. Could we invite the audience for questions or comments? We can start from. Please introduce yourself before asking the question.
And very good morning. I'm Nasir Khan from Malaysia. Just now, you are talking regarding this climate change with the data, you know. I just want to know what the action taken till today, action taken till today to solving this climate change. Because I never see any action. Because we are talking every day regarding this climate change, but we are never talk this solution to tackle this climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for raising this important issue. Actually, our meeting today here is also to tackle the climate change. The efforts of different entities is to tackle climate change, but we don't need to mention climate change each time we work because it is one of the challenges. But it's important to consider that we don't have a magical solution for climate change. We don't have a magical one that we can solve the whole issue in one solution. What I do believe in that we should have a series of solutions that work in harmony, and each solution will contribute to solving the problem with 2, 3, or 4%. By the end, you need 10 or 15 solutions to solve the issue. But most importantly, that we cannot work alone. We should create partnership to face or to fight the climate change. The Wi-Fi nexus that we gave is a very good tool to fight climate change. And the Wi-Fi nexus doesn't mean just the connection and the nexus between water, energy, and food. It means the nexus between the people and the responsible persons who are managing water, food, and the ecosystem. So far, in most of the OIC countries, we still have Ministry of Water and Ministry of Agriculture that are separated, and they are in conflict most of the time, and we know that. So when we can reach a level of harmony between those ministries, then we can say that we are on the right track to fighting the climate change. So it's all starts with partnerships, collaboration, and I'm happy that we are here to achieve this goal today.
We have the next question.
Thank you, sir. I am Barbara Ida from Cameroon. We represent Cameroon Water Institute Corporation. So I have two questions. The first question regards convention. I want to find out if the organization can sign conventions with state-owned companies or only government. That is the Ministry of Water. And the second question regards some difficulties that CamWater actually faces, that is in carrying out studies. I want to find out if it's possible for the organization to actually give us access to donations in terms of studies. Because if you don't have studies, it will be difficult for you to actually mobilize finance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll start with the second question. Oh, there's another question.
You can go ahead.
So thank you so much. We start with the second question, that studies are needed, and this is why we are applying this D2D concept, that we need a big army to create studies, and we need people to collect data, transfer data into knowledge, but we don't have the financial resources in most of our countries, in Jordan and Cameroon, different countries. So this is why we introduced the D2D concept, which is investing, I will not say using, but investing this big army of researchers and master and PhD students and university professors to be the source of studies and knowledge creation. We don't need those Western consultants all the time, because they come with a high cost, they come without having the knowledge about the context on the ground, and then they create consultations for us. So I think one of the solutions is to depend on the existing army of people. But I didn't get the first question clearly. As in what them? So we are intergovernmental entity. So that means from Pakistan, I have an official member nominated by the government of Pakistan. So with governments, we don't need to sign agreement. But what we do is help governments to sign with each other. But when it comes to non-governmental entities, international entities, private sector, state-owned companies, for sure, inward them as inter-Islamic or as intergovernmental entity, it can sign agreements that include partnerships and working on the ground.
I'm conscious of the time because we're going over.
Yes.
Let's actually just hear the question and then we can maybe have a combined response. So, Khalid Mahmood Saab, please go
Thank
ahead.
you so much again, Dr. Marwan, for a very impressive talk. I'm really impressed by the numbers that you compared in conventional system and then the control system to grow cucumber. So just question here in terms of when it comes down to sustainability, income for the farmers. So where you see, is there a value for the farmers? They are treated differently when they are producing such crops and then less water. Is there a way we can bring some kind of the carbon footprint as a part of labeling? At least people realize this is a much more sustainable food that we're buying. Thank you.
So another question. Yes, so we'll take the question.
Let's have the next question and then we can answer them together. Yes. Sorry, we'll have to cut off here.
No problem. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, Dr. Marwan, for the informative presentation. Data sharing. Data sharing has always proven to be a daunting challenge. In your success story, you were able to bring about different stakeholders from different countries. Could you share some of that success story with us so that I come from Kuwait and we're having an issue when it comes to data sharing in the Gulf region. So if you could shed some light on that.
Yes, thank you so much. So we'll start with the first question about the sustainability. For sure, sustainability is one of the most important factors in judging the project success or not. In this case, the project we can see on the screen, we created sustainability through different aspects. First of all, we are dealing with a system that consumes zero energy and zero water when it comes to the cost. That means we are having free water from water harvesting and we're having free energy. So cutting the cost or reducing the cost of production, this is the first aspect of sustainability. The second aspect of sustainability is we brought people together. We didn't create separate farms. The norm or the standard for similar project is to create one greenhouse at each house. Then the people will get benefits at the home level. But here we created a cluster, and when you create a cluster, you have better control and you have better qualities that can be sent to the market on a regular basis without creating risk of up and down in the productivity. And we created sustainable market linkages, you can see here. And those market linkages, they imply that farmers are not growing or are not planting tomato unless they have an agreement with the company that we need tomato after 3 months. It's called contractual agriculture. So the farmer, when he grows the tomato or the strawberry or the cucumber, he knows that he will sell it after 2 months with a given range of price. I will not say a fixed price. So this is how we achieve the sustainability. And for sure, we are learning from our pilots and we are adding more measures on sustainability. When it comes to the data sharing, you're touching on a very important aspect because data sharing within the country itself between ministries is not there. So how we can assume that we have data sharing at the regional level? I think to solve this issue, we should avoid sensitive data. And we should always know what data we are requesting. Because most of the case, we request data that we don't need or we request data that goes beyond the scope. I think if we are transparent with the data owner and if we are supporting, once again, the researchers, the community of academia to create data and create knowledge, then this is the big difference between governmental data is closed and restricted while academic and research data is open for public. I think promoting more scientific research will make the data more open.
Okay, very good. So I think maybe we can just close the session here, and of course, Chair is with us for the rest of the session. We can ask more questions. Let's move on to the next presentation. Our next presenter is Mr. Muhammad Ali Yazdani. He is the Islamic Development Bank representative in Pakistan. He has a long and illustrious career. I will not read out the full introduction, but just to summarize that he has 20 years of expertise in leadership portfolio management. He's the ISDB field representative for Pakistan at the moment. He also had a tenure at the Planning and Development Board in Punjab. So again, brings multiple experiences. He has a master's degree in international development studies from Erasmus University, Rotterdam, Netherlands, and then another master's from Y College, University of London. And he's trained as an agriculture specialist from the PMAS University of Arid Agriculture and Development. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. His Excellency Dr. Marwan, learned head of research institution, research scholars, scientists, practitioners, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Our presentation is about ISDP water sector policy, financing both public and public-private partnerships in OIC member states. Our presentation will encompass an overview of Islamic Development Bank, its water policy, public finance operations, and in the later part, my colleague, Mr. Tariq Ijaz from our headquarters, will elaborate the bank's public-private partnership policy and operations. Moreover, we will be happy to share some notable projects completed through public and public-private partnership financing in the member states. So this is the outline that I just mentioned, starting with the ISDB structure and focus areas. So ISDB was established in 1975 and it has its headquarters in Jeddah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it is a unique model of South-South cooperation that leverages shared experiences and regional expertise. And its membership includes all the 57 OIC member countries, which are spreading over 4 continents in the world, and that are supported by the 10 regional hubs. This extensive network reinforces our ability to mobilize resources and expertise. If you look at our focus areas, core focus areas that we are working on is the public sector financing, public-private partnership financing, capacity development and technical cooperation, reverse linkages, and South-South cooperation that we were just sharing. Dr. Saab was telling about that. Scholarship and science, technology, and innovation experience. Although we started in 1975 as an institution, but now it is a group of 6 entities that provide specialized services, and its evolution from single entity to a robust groups comprising 6 distinct members, all working in tandem, shows that we are aware of the challenges that the global world is currently facing. The name of these entities is ISDBI, ISIC, the Islamic Insurance for the Export Credit. ICD is the Private Sector Financing and Advisory Services, Islamic Trade and Financing Corporation, and then is the Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development, that is meant for the Poverty Alleviation Fund of the Islamic Development Bank. You can see from the Islamic Development Bank strategic objectives under the regional strategy for the 2023-2025, our renewed focus is designed to align with the global development priorities and the regional needs. These renewed focuses reinforces our commitment to transformative development initiative. It also serves as a clear directive for our operational teams across the various sectors. And you can see that the water and sanitation, agriculture and food security is a priority among our strategic objectives. Dear participants, water is a source of life, livelihoods, and prosperity. It is an input to almost all production on the global earth. But water can be a cause of death, devastation, and poverty. Catastrophically through drought, flood, landslides, and epidemics, progressively through erosion, salinity, desertification, contamination, and diseases. ISDP is aware of the challenges therefore, the water policy is aligned with Sustainable Development Goal number 6 and Water Vision of OIC that is working together for a water secure future. If you look at the framework of our water sector policy, the overall goal is sustainable and resilient water and sanitation system for all. And the 5 policy pillars are universal and affordable access to water and sanitation, water use efficiency, capacity development and solution transfers, effective water resources management, and resilient water systems. And these policy pillars are supported through our guiding principles, which include finance or blended finance, synergy with the other sectors, selectivity from the array of solutions, and definitely science, technology, and innovation. By supportive, innovating projects, we enhance both water efficiency and community resilience. Our approach is both comprehensive and forward-thinking, aligning with the global demand for sustainable water management solutions. So this is an overview of ISDP financing in the water sector since inception. So since inception, bank has financed water sector project amounting to US $15.5 billion. And you can see that the major recipient is the Middle East and North African and European region that comprises 57% of total financing, followed by Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America, that is 26%, and then comes Asia, which is the 17%. The regional distribution reflects both historical achievements and forward-looking priorities. And thereon, you can see the comparative analysis of net approvals for other sectors, that is agriculture sector, water sanitation and urban services sector, and energy sector. And in the next slide, I will give the overview of the subsectors that belong to the water sector financing. Here, out of 15.5 billion, 5.9 billion has been financed in the rural water supply, 3.76 billion has been financed in the urban water supply and sanitation, 3.35 billion in the irrigation sector, and 2.44 billion in the water resources sector. The bank is developing new initiatives and programs towards climate resilience infrastructure, SCADA, and digital earth observation technologies to improve the efficiency management and reduce the water losses. I would like to share some of the new initiatives that bank is embarking upon to support its member countries. It is small hydropower development for the Rural Resilience and Economic Growth Program. This initiative is aimed at promoting sustainable rural livelihoods and enhancing the climate resilience. It focuses on implementing small hydropower projects, not only generate the clean energy, but also stimulate local economic growth. The program integrates climate-smart agriculture and advanced irrigation system to improve both water efficiency and food security. With an estimated budget of US $1.2 billion, it represents a significant investment in rural development and economic empowerment. The target countries include a wide range of ISDP member states, highlighting the program's scope and potential impact. Moving forward, we will expedite program framework development and engage with key partners to ensure timely and effective implementation. And here is the use of technology, because without using technology and innovation, we won't be able to address these complex problems that are related to the water sector. This program is known as Leveraging Earth Observation Technologies for Adaptation and Resilience in Agriculture and Water Sector program. This initiative leverages advanced Earth observation technologies to enhance decision-making in water and agriculture sector. Its core objective is to improve water use efficiency, agriculture productivity, and overall income for end beneficiaries. With a budget of over $8 million dedicated to the technical assistance and enabler component, it underlines the importance of innovative approaches. The program also focuses on building institutional capacity and strengthening monitoring and evaluation mechanism. Engagement with the target countries and strategic partners will be pivotal for its successful execution. Now, I would like to share some of the examples that the bank has financed and that have reaped significant results. First is the National Program for the Development of Subsurface Drainage Phase 3 in Egypt, with a total project cost of USD 37 million. The project resulted in increase in 97 acres of irrigated land increase. It also increased the yield of the wheat, maize, and sugarcane, and the area in the salinity was reduced by 70% in the project area, and the water table was lowered by 20%. The other project is the flood protection, modernization, and expansion of the irrigated areas project in Nakhchivan in Azerbaijan. This project costed $77 million and resulted in saving 20 villages from the flood damages, and it also resulted in saving the economic losses of 1.8 million due to the floods. Moreover, it decreased the water usages in the irrigation and increased the water supply efficiency. Wheat production increased, and different crop production, including fruits and vegetables and sugarcane, was also increased. This is rehabilitation of secondary and tertiary canal project in Mozambique. And again, the project costed $12 million and it resulted in an increase of 7,000 hectares of area, which improved the irrigation and drainage services, and agriculture production in the project area increased from 40 to 70%. And moreover, the water governance through the water farmer organization improved under this project. And I will just touch upon the modern project that we supported, hydroponics agriculture in the Bahrain. And I would like to give a key fact about that an estimation of the net income from the growing vegetables and strawberry in a greenhouse size is around $15,000 per season. And this is a notable project which deals with the transboundary management of the water. That was in the Burkina Faso, Mali, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire, and Niger. It was implemented with the support of ISDP, and then Western African Economic and Monetary Union, and 6 ISDP member countries were part of that initiative. That is a classic example of cross-border management of a project, which resulted in 10% decrease of the time of the community that used to be otherwise spent in fetching water, 900,000 rural population access to improved drinking water, and 120,000 rural population access to improved sanitation facilities. And there is another project in the Indonesia, which again resulted in the improved water and sanitation structures within the project area. So these are the projects which were financed in the water sector by the Islamic Development Bank and which achieved the intended result. Now I would like my colleague, Mr. Tariq Ijaz, to touch upon the PPP policy and operations of the bank. Tariq Saab.
Because
Yep.
over the 15 minutes allocation.
Yes, he's also right. Yeah. Brother Tariq Ijaz.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, Brother Tariq.
Okay, thank you. Uh, Honorable ambassadors, distinguished guests, OIC colleagues, good afternoon and assalamu alaikum. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'll ask my colleague, Brother Ali, to stay back and guide you through the slides as well. So, what is public-private partnerships, which is also commonly known as PPP? PPP are a mechanism that allows government to procure and implement public infrastructure or services using the resources and expertise of the private sector. Where government face challenges such as aging or lack of infrastructure or the need for more efficient services, a partnership with the private sector can help foster new solutions and financings. There is no standard internationally accepted definition of a PPP, and different countries have adopted different definitions for their PPP programs as they have evolved. Typically, a PPP is a long-term contract between a private party and a government entity for providing a public asset or service in which the private party bears significant risks and the management responsibility and remuneration is linked to performance. Now that we understand PPP, we also need to understand why infrastructure development via PPP modality is important for our member countries. Investment and maintenance of economic and social infrastructure such as power generation, transmission, distribution, roads, rail, ports, airport, hospitals, enhance economic activity, production, while clean water and sanitation is essential for public health. It is estimated that infrastructure typically has a socio-economic rate of return of around 20% through individuals and businesses. It is fair to say that private sector inclusiveness is a pillar of Islamic Development Bank's strategic support for its member countries in addressing the huge infrastructure needs, which can no longer be supported through the traditional sovereign procurement modality on its own. So in a nutshell, some of the benefits associated with PPPs are it is a relevant financing tool to help government close the gap to finance sustainable development goals. PPP help build partnerships between government, private sector, and civil society via innovative deal structures and sustainable financial solutions, while enhancing the overall developmental impact per unit of dollar invested. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you.
Yeah.
So to achieve a successful PPP, a careful analysis of the long-term development objectives and risk allocation is essential. The legal and institutional framework in the country also needs to support this model and provide effective governance and monitoring mechanism for PPPs. There needs to be a strong commitment and support of the government and acceptance of the local communities, well-designed plans, including climate change, environment, and social safeguards, well-designed legal documentation, including termination and force majeure events, and government guarantees, access to international specialists in all stages of the PPP project, from tendering, modeling, designing, financial closure, implementation, and management. There needs to be favorable and stable terms and conditions for financiers. These will help the international financial institutions to participate in the project as well. Selection of the best concessionaire through transparent and open tenders and competition. And most importantly, you need sustainable and sufficient returns, without which there will be no private sector involvement. And without striving private sector involvement, there is no development or impact per se. Next slide, please. So a typical project finance structure outlining, this is a typical project finance structure which outlines the various roles of public and private stakeholders involved in a PPP project pertaining to any sector, whether economic or social. So you typically have a special purpose vehicle or SPV, which is a private entity created to undertake the project, also known as the beneficiary, which has been awarded the concession by the government based on either an open tender or direct award. Capital flows in via equity from shareholders and debt funding from various lenders that may include multilaterals. There are different advisors which are attached to the stakeholders providing legal, technical, environmental, and financial expertise. Next slide. I won't go into much detail because my colleague has already touched based upon IDB, but just to give you a brief overview, IDB is a AAA rated multilateral development bank with 57 member countries. Basically multilateral development banks, which are also known as the bankability setter to crowd in private capital participation in any infrastructure transaction, gives significant comfort to commercial lenders and induces high level of private capital mobilization. They say that for every dollar invested by a multilateral in a project, usually $2 to $3 are mobilized from the private sector. Within the MDB community, Islamic Development Bank is the only provider fully compliant with Islamic financing principles. Islamic financing products suit the philosophy of PPPs as they focus on long-term investment, risk sharing, and social development. Next slide. So the private sector today actively seeks economically viable infrastructure investments opportunities to engage in our member countries, provided these opportunities are well structured, bankable, and duly supported by a robust regulatory infrastructure to safeguard their investments. The PPP division that covers the non-sovereign mandate of Islamic Development Bank is committed to support the development of infrastructure in its member countries and stands ready to finance quality infrastructure projects through its own balance sheet for well-structured PPP concessions. We have dedicated teams for financing and portfolio management. We actively engage in structuring, negotiating, and closing transactions jointly with co-financiers, where our focus is on promoting Islamic finance in infrastructure projects, realizing infrastructure through long-term debt, and active engagement with infrastructure developers. Next slide. So this slide highlights some of the general requirements we look for our participations, such as the bidding process for the concession agreement, experienced sponsors, adequate risk allocation between the public and private entity. Some of our high-level debt financing terms, in terms of horizon, it's adjusted based on project risk, subject to a ceiling of up to 20 years for highly rated PPP projects. In terms of our participation, financing amount up to 35% of the total project cost. The pricing is competitively adjusted based on tender and project risk taken. We provide both fixed and floating pricing. We are open to both economic and social infrastructure PPPs, and we provide hard currency funding. Next slide. So the PPP division at Islamic Development Bank, since its inception in 2005, has undertaken more than 60 transactions with a total approval north of $5 billion. PPP transactions are grouped in 6 different sectors, with the most significant investment being utilities, which comprises of power and water. We've won several of our projects have won awards, such as the Bhola IPP in Bangladesh and the Tricon Boston Wind IPP in Pakistan. Next slide. In terms of IDB's experience in PPP, I will touch base upon some of the landmark transactions we have within our portfolio. Being a multilateral, our intervention is motivated by developmental impact through infrastructure. We were part of the Patrind Hydro project in Pakistan. This project is the first hydroelectric project under Pakistan's power policy of 2002. Financiers, in addition to IDB, include Asian Development Bank, International Finance Corporation, and Korea Exim Bank. Next slide. We are currently financing the construction and operation of a 200 megawatt solar PV and 500 megawatt hour battery storage project in Tashkent region of Uzbekistan, which is sponsored by Aqua Power. This landmark renewable energy project will not only increase supply of privately financed solar power generation to meet energy demand, but also ensure the stabilization of the grid and improve the efficiency and the reliability of power supply to the national economy of Uzbekistan. This is also one of the largest battery storage projects in the Central Asia region. Next slide. Manisa Hospital in Turkey. IDB was the mandated lead arranger for the first time in Turkey to arrange the full financing of this project. And 80% of this financing was Sharia compliant. And this hospital played a key role during the COVID times. Next slide. The Queen Alia International Airport is Jordan's largest airport, situated 35 kilometers from Amman. It has received several awards and recognition, jointly co-financed with IFC, strong sponsor coupled with commitment from the government. So for PPPs to be sustainable and successful, there needs to be a strong commitment from the government. Given the ease of global money flows, the private capital available in the international market will only flow into those countries that are perceived to have enacted the right regulatory and fiscal infrastructure, therefore offering the best risk-reward relationship along with the safety of capital. Islamic Development Bank has and will continue to support its member countries on their way to building a PPP ecosystem that will attract private sector investment. We thank Comstech for inviting us and being part of this conference. Thank you.
Okay, so I think what we have decided is that we will not do the next presentation now and we'll break for lunch, but we'll provide now more time to the presenters to have a Q&A, then we'll wind up. So I hope that's okay with Dr. Hilaji. Is he in the audience? The next presenter? But I mean, maybe we can break because it's the same session. So we come back and then we can start. Is that okay? Less than 10 minutes? Okay, so then let's have a few couple of questions. Then we can listen to your presentation. So any questions for our speakers? People who have asked before, so I'm just trying to see if there's somebody else who wants. Okay, so let me take the question at the back.
Thank you, sir. I have two questions. What is the typical interest rate and break period applicable for PPP projects? That's the first question. And the second question, I was, no, I think that was the only question. Sorry. Thank you.
Let's hear the next question first.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is more just on a perspective. I see you're financing a lot of projects like an infrastructure, and the question is just about maybe we are launching the coordination between, for example, researcher to build the platform. And if you see in many countries, we have the issue to connect the governance and also research institutions. How you can, in the bank, maybe to work as a leverage to do the nexus between the government, but also the institution of research by financing, for example, the project by conducted by the researcher to help the country.
I will just ask you to respond whatever that you want to say, and then you can take the rest of the Q&A to lunch. Yeah, a very quick response.
Yeah, on the interest or the markup thing, I would say that all the products are Sharia compliant, and it depends upon the type of product. And we usually when the product is designed and the project arrangements are agreed upon, and our Sharia scholar just confirmed the modalities, then the negotiations are done with the respective governments and the agreed upon. But I can say that means that is free from any conditionalities like any other IFIs, or these are competitive, and usually these are blended with the other products to remain competitive in the financial markets in the world. Because we mean to support the Ummah and the member countries in the end. So this is the objective. Means it is not to means profit maximization, but to remain there to support member countries on the sustainable basis. This is the core objective of our operation for the member countries. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's thank the speakers.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to present the presenter, Dr. Abdulaziz Al-Hajjaji, the program manager at the Islamic Organization for Security. Dr. Al-Hajjaji holds a PhD in plant biology from the Faculty of Science and Technology at the University of Hassan Thani in Casablanca. And since 2022, he joined the Islamic Organization for Food Security in Kazakhstan, where he served as the program manager for climate change, or climate impact, water management, and boundary risk control management. Dr. Al-Hajjaji, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Dr. Marwan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I would like first to thank the organizer, the OIC Secretary General, the General Secretariat, the comstech, and Anwar Dam for the kind invitation to the Islamic Organization for Food Security to be part of this gathering, of this today's discussion. I would like I will not take you too much, but I would like to talk about how to secure sustainable water using the water energy food nexus in our region. So some of the information already said by Dr. Marwan or during the opening ceremony. So this nexus is an approach essential for addressing the interconnection between water, food, and energy. This integrated framework promotes holistic resource management, ensuring that action taken in one sector can be any attack or has effect for other components. All the research say that by 2050 we'll have demand increase up plus 55%. And demand for energy is plus 80%, and food is around 60%. And the population will attain 10 billion. And due to the climate change and the economic impact growth, maybe water demand can be around 60%. From this water that we have, actually 70% of fresh water is used by agriculture sector, 15% of global fresh water is for energy production, and 30% of world energy is consumed for food sector. This interconnected demand underscores the need for sustainable practices such as irrigation or precision irrigation, climate smart agriculture, and renewable energy integration to avoid resource and environment degradation. Actually, 2.2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water, and around 780 million people lack access to food, and 746 million people lack access to electricity. Here is slide mentioning that how these three components are impacted or interconnected between them. Water is needed to generate energy, and we found that energy is needed to supply water. Water is needed to grow food, and we found that food transport water. Between food and energy, energy is needed to produce food, and food can be used to produce energy. For this nexus, there are a lot of shocks that it's faced and impact, and we just came from this pandemic COVID-19, and who knows, maybe in the future, la qadar Allah, we'll have another pandemic if we don't implement this Wi-Fi nexus for our countries, as His Excellency just mentioned. So port explosion and also regional geopolitical problem and financial crisis and refugee crisis are shocks that impact this Wi-Fi nexus. I would like to highlight the challenges for our region as geographical diversity and aridity, agriculture, water consumption, impact of climate change, urbanization pressure, policy and governance limitation, such socio-economic barriers. So from this presentation, what I would like to say today is how this Wi-Fi nexus, because you can find the aim and everything in the literature, but how we can, what are first the challenges and obstacles, and how we can present or propose action to deal with. The first point is data collection, analytics, and evaluation tools. And this is the first step that we need. For data in our organization, in OIC, we have systems dealing with collection of data. But what we need is data from the ground, data from our member states. We need this connection between organization and member states to collect a lot of information. As scientific, I cannot advise, I cannot see correct tests if I don't have correct data. The second point is governance and policy coherence. The third is science policy dialogue. The fourth point is stakeholders engagement and outreach. The fifth point is financing and investments. The sixth is technologies, carrying out successful innovation. And the seventh one is capacity building. So what are the challenges we are facing for each point? For data collection and analysis, data availability challenges, and insufficient technological capacity for data generation, also trust issues, lack of authorization and immigration. Regarding the coherence, fragmentation of governance, conflicting mandates and objectives, and inconsistency between top-down and bottom-up governance, duplication and roles and responsibilities. As already mentioned by His Excellency, he said that we found Ministry of Agriculture and we found Ministry of Water, and sometimes in countries, and you know that we found Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation and Ministry of Water. So we have also to know how can don't make this duplication for responsibilities. For science, policy, and dialogue, prioritizing predetermined policies over scientific evidence, linkage, literature, and limited financial resources for scientific research, limited coordination between scientific institutions and policymakers. For the stakeholders' engagement and outreach, local networks is disrupted by conflict and political instability. For the finance, limited financial resources, brain drain, and limited human capacity to collect data, lack of focus on improving and sharing technical expertise. For the technologies, limited financial resources, securing concern and volatile markets, more fragility, less climate financing, opportunities for treaty. Regarding the capacity building, limited capacity of government to address the resource challenges independently, high risk limit private sector participation, and demand increase awareness and better financing mechanisms. So we are proposing in our organization a few actions for each component. So for data collection, adopt new system for data generation, access and exchange, use of new technologies, observation tools, investments in data platforms and risk monitoring tools. For the governance, promote coordination and coherence between sectors, strengthening bottom-up approaches in policy formulation and implementation, strengthening accountability between problem-solving approaches and monitoring mechanisms. For the sciences, targeted research and on local resources, evidence-based decision-making and innovation nature-based solutions, collaboration platforms for academia, research, and civil society. Regarding stakeholder engagement and outreach, institutions and promotion of the nature of natural resources without the prioritization of marginalized groups, basics of data conflict to increase the disponible, the access and the sharing of the data. For the finance components, in-depth assessment of capacity building needs, targeted training programs providing technical assistance. For the technologies, establish policies conducive to the transition from pilot projects to large-scale impactful projects, and scaling plans should account for local variation. Regarding the capacity building, favor for the 3Ps, improve access to inclusive climate finance, reaching all segments of society. I hope this proposed action can be included in our discussion, maybe for the recommendations tomorrow. I have more recommendation for the water management, and I have also recommendation for this Wi-Fi Nexus. Improve for the water management, improve investment and research developments on water management, implement and enforce regulatory reforms, encourage the 3P collaboration, increase international cooperation, and develop comprehensive water management policy. So for the Wi-Fi Nexus, integrate Nexus perspective into adaptation plan and climate change adaptation perspective into development plans for better policy integration. It is also critical to increase stakeholders' collaboration in sustainable adaptation and development planning and decision making. The second recommendation, expand the Nexus knowledge base. Understanding of the interlinkage between the Nexus perspective and adaptation plan and response is limited. Promotes a system-wide adaptation approach, more from a sectoral to a cross-sectoral approach, encourage different adaptation response and measures that are mutually supportive, and enhance synergy and minimize trade-offs. The fourth recommendation is promote win-win options for the Nexus security and adaptation to climate change, enhance the efficiency and productivity of resource use, and increase multiple uses of resources through economic incentive and good governance, institutional and policy coherence. Also promotes, as said, the 3P partnership to increase benefits from productive ecosystem. Strengthen policy integration between Nexus and adaptation mechanism across sectors at different scale and among major actors, public, private, or civil society partnership, and strengthen institutional capacity for the holistic coordination of the energy, water, and food nexus. Invest in Nexus smart infrastructure, multifunctional ecosystem, and innovative technologies and institutions. Provide policy and institutional support for attracting investments in modern energy infrastructure and design mechanism. Introduce appropriate incentive, regulation, and payments in recognition of the environmental and social cost affecting decision making. So this is what I have for you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hajjaji from Iowa, right? I think we have the time for one question. We will break for lunch and continue after the lunch. So there are no questions.
Again, I would like to thank Mr. Abdulaziz from Iowa Press. I would like also to thank all the presenters who presented their knowledge and expertise in the first technical session of today. As I would like now, on behalf of Comstech, I would like to hold the line and we will meet again in 1 hour for the second. Thank you so much. Enjoy your meeting. Keep it out here. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So, welcome back from lunch, and we'll now start our country presentation. We will start our presentation with Burkina Faso. Is the representative from Burkina Faso here? Please, go ahead. So your name is Baga Abeti? Okay. Start and introduce a little bit about yourself to the audience as well. I do not have the full introduction. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Baga Amede from Burkina. I am Adobe Engineer at Director General of Water Resources at Ministry of Environmental, Water and Sanitation. It's a pleasure for me to share with you some research results on water in Burkina Faso. This presentation is organized in 4 parts. The first part the first part presents the country. The second part describes the country's existing training and research institute. The third part describes the field of research, and the last part presents some results. Burkina Faso is a land of applied men. Located in West Africa, bordered by Ghana, Niger, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin. The countries cover an area 274,000 kilometers square and a population around 23 million. The flag color is red and green with a yellow star in the middle. Country devise is la patrie ou la mort nous vaincrons. The country's main rivers are the tributary of the Volta River, like Mount Nazino and Nakamni. The tributaries Comoé River and the Niger Comoé and the Niger River. In our country, we are several training and research centers and entities in the water sector. The private institute, we are University Catholic of Saint Joseph, we have University of Nouvelle, we have Interstate Institute, JEU, means Institute International for Water and Environment, whose Director General is here with you. The sub-regional institute, like Central Regional Agreement, ACMAD, or in Bamako. we have some research center like Waskala and CNRC, National Center for Research and Scientific Techniques. We have also some public universities. We have University of Saint Joseph Kiderbo. We have University Nova Zongo and University Thomas Sankara. Research work carries out in collaboration with ministry in charge of water and scientific research concerned both simple water and groundwater. For example, Institute DSU can group it into two terms. We have one, develop of sustainable water treatment and sanitation technology. In case we have three sub-topics. First is a study of population in the water, soil, air matrix. Second is the design and application of innovative technology, include biotechnology for water and waste treatment. The third is the reclamation of waste and sanitation by product. The second topic is a study of the impact of global change on water resources and population resilience. In this topic, we are third term. The first is assignment of water resources and their variability in context of data scarcity. The second is impact of climate system and anthropology activities on urban hydrology. The third, we have a study of adaptation and resilience strategy of population in fast climate and environmental hazard. The third topic is water management for intelligent agriculture and agroecology practice. We have first sub-topic. First, development of climate-smart irrigation system. Second, development of agroecological product models. And with last, the study of implement agricultural practice on soil water transfer process. For region, we can give a few examples in few: water sanitation, climate change, and adaptation and irrigation. For field of water and sanitation, we have process for certain industry water wash by membrane fiber and nano filtration. This technology is applicable on water treatment at Burkina and at FM Toxico. Also, we are developed of an ecology composite toilet. Ecology composite toilet is a self-contained sanitation unit combined with the composite pit for the treatment and recycling of human excreta in compost. By recovering the nutrient content and extract in the form of compost for agricultural use, the toilet helps combat environmental pollution caused by the discharge of human excreta. For the field climate change and adaptation, we are developer of decision-making tools for better urban planning in the capital. We have a series of atlas created to provide relevant, up-to-date information on project climate change in West Africa in general, and Burkina in particular, by 2050 under different scenarios. To map integrated climate risk and urban dynamic have been drawn of the area on the capital by 2050. Another result, we have adapted to climate change through our farmers farming practice. We have the technique of dry and off moons They can mitigate the effect of dry spells by keeping water levelly for crops for 3 or 4 weeks. In the irrigation, we have developed a process for using rainfall collect basin for supplement irrigation. This technology developed by Prof. Jal Nyang. A BCR is a structure for collecting and storing rainfall water indeed for supplementary irrigation in the event of dry spells in rain-fed agriculture. This technology is used in Burkina, Mali, and Niger. Also, we have developed a high-performance solar pump irrigation system, and this research work is developed by Professor Amadou Keita. It is based on 30 years of field experimented of this year, and the cost of system for one area of irrigation approximately 25 million or $41,000. Thank you for very much.
Okay. So do we have any comments or questions? Think about questions. Okay. So we move on now to the next presentation. So can we have the representative from Cameroon? The representative from Cameroon, right? I've been told that Bangladesh is interested. So let's just start with Cameroon because we can invite.
Okay, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful to present myself. I am Mrs. Barbara Edon from Camwater. I'm the head of Corporation Department and fundraising. So today I will present Cameroon in general and Camwater in particular. Okay, so this is the summary of the presentation that I will give to you today. So I will first introduce Cameroon, then Camwater. The strategic development documents of the sector will be presented to you. Camwater key data, strategic plan, priority investment program, priority scope for investment, financing, and partnership. Okay, Cameroon is a country in the Central Africa with 475 square kilometer. It shares boundaries with countries such as Equatorial Guinea, Congo, Gabon, Chad, and Nigeria. The different languages, that is the official languages, are French and English. We have different religion, that is Christianism, sorry. Christianism represents 66.3% of the population. We have Islam, which is 30.6%.
We have the traditional faith, which is 1.3%. No, people that don't believe in religion in general, that is 1.1%, and the others, that is 0.7%. The population is approximately 30 million inhabitants. The different water issues that we actually identified, of course, there are more than what is listed. That is the rapid population growth, urbanization, climate change, and water pressure on existing infrastructure. So regarding the institutional framework for water management in Cameroon, we have the Ministry of Water, who is in charge to implement the national water policy. And then we have CamWater, who is the operator in charge of the drinking water and sanitation sector in urban and peri-urban areas. This is the organization of the urban water sector in Cameroon. So we have the Prime Ministry, in fact, first of all, the presidency of the Republic. Then we have the Prime Ministry. We have the Ministry of Water, who is the technical authority, the technical supervisory authority. We have the Ministry of Finance, who is the financial supervisory authority. Then we have CamWater. We have the General Assembly. We have the Board of Directors, then the management, that is the General Manager and the Deputy General Manager. We have regional offices. Right now, I came to Pakistan with two of my colleagues who are technical directors, and they actually represent the regional offices. And I represent the department because I'm the head of cooperation and fundraising. Presentation of CamWater. CamWater is a state-owned company created in 2005. It was reorganized in 2018, by a presidential decree. It is under the technical supervisory of Ministry of Water, I just said it, and the financial supervisory of the Ministry of Finance. I actually presented also some of its main missions. It has production, transportation, distribution, marketing, and of drinking water in urban and suburban areas. It can also, if necessary, construct the infrastructure and manage public sanitation services, including the collection, transportation, and treatment of wastewater. What I can actually add is that regarding construction of infrastructure, generally CamWater works with technical partners. We've had the luck to work with financial partners such as World Bank, French Development Bank, Exim Bank of China, of America, of Norway, African Development Bank, etc. Then we also have different technical partners coming from different countries. That's why we are actually here, because we are expecting to have more partners coming from OIC. Its area of intervention is the entire urban and suburban areas. To date, it has 117 centers. Its installed production capacity is 858 cubic meters. And its installed production capacity, I just said it, sorry. Its storage capacity is 282 cubic meter. Okay. Regarding the strategic development document of the sector, one of the main concerns of the head of state, President Paul Biya, as stated in his address to the nation in December 2024, concerns access to safe drinking water and sanitation. So we actually presented to you four strategic development documents, that is Sustainable Development Goals, National Development Strategy 2020 to 2030, Urban Water Supply Master Plan, and the 5-year priority investment program that I will develop after this presentation. Next. Okay, here are the key data of CamWater. Regarding the key data, we have 127 commercial branches all around the country. We are 1,500 employees in CamWater. We have a turnover we had a turnover in 2022 of 32 billion. We have 32 projects under maturation. And regarding the needs in terms of finance, well, it is of about 4,000 billion CFA, that is $6,500 million. We have a storage capacity. In fact, I already presented the storage capacity and the production, and we have 117 production stations and 12 regional directorates and delegations. Regarding the strategic plan, okay. The strategy put in place by CAMWATER to fulfill its mission and respond to government demand for the sector includes completing ongoing projects that will help in meeting the drinking water demand amongst others for the two major cities, that is Yaoundé and Douala. Extending drinking water supply systems to include all the 360 subdivisions of the country alongside localities, long-distance transportation mains. Reducing non-revenue water. This is one of the biggest problems CAMWATER is facing today. By modernizing management of its distribution network, digitalizing of all activities to improve governance and thereby boost performance. Developing a sanitation planning tool to implement combined water and sanitation projects that will reduce the gap between the two fields and achieve sustainable use of water resource. Okay, here we go. This is the priority investment program that I will present to you. The 5-year priority investment program goes from 2023 to 2027. It's a planning tool for CAMWATER, produced in line with the water supply master plan for urban and suburban areas in Cameroon, and fully based on the orientation of National Development Strategy and investment program, makes a complete inventory of CAMWATER priority projects. The overall objective of the priority investment program is to plan and program CAMWATER projects over a 5-year period. Especially, it will center on increasing the coverage rate of the considered areas from 32.5% to 80%. Increase the rate of access to drinking water from 36 to 75%. Diversify the company's revenue, optimize operating costs, upgrading production and metering tools, enhancing distribution efficiency from 46 to 70%, improving governance of the sector, improving the company's information technology infrastructure, enhancing the quality of service and communication of the company, and finance studies. The 2023 to 2027 investment program is implemented in 2 phases. We have 2023 to 2025 program, which focuses on completion of ongoing projects and finalizing studies of strategic projects in view of their implementation. Within this framework, 3 ongoing projects to be completed and a couple of others are expected to be launched in 2025. To implement this phase of program, a total need of 988 billion CFA has been budgeted. From 2025 to 2027 is the second program. It aims at intensifying action for the supply of drinking water. The program is mostly made up of projects that were designed to maturity and evaluated within the 2023 to 2025 phase. The estimated total cost stands at 3 billion CFA. Next. Okay. Here, I will present the priority scope for investment. We identified three priority scopes. We have the improving drinking water supply of existing systems. This includes work related to the construction, rehabilitation, renewal, and extension of facilities
and equipment for production and distribution of drinking water. The second priority scope identified was improvement of the working conditions, good governance, and quality of service to customers. It includes the implementation of quality management, the improvement of the working environment, the use of clean energy solutions, and the acquisition of appropriate IT solutions. Then the third one has to do with improvement of the economic and financial viability of CamWater. It involves sectorization and modeling of the network, automation of the network management with the installation of smart meters, creation of new business units responsible for the development of related activities. Last but not least, I will present the financing and partnership. What I could say is that we've been supported, as I said before, by several donors and several international banks. Up to now, since 2008, we've mobilized 600 billion CFA, thanks to these different partners. To finance this ambitious program, the new program, of course, CamWater relies on the support of technical, bilateral, and multilateral partners to mobilize the necessary funds under concessional conditions or donations that will help in boosting the growth of this social sector and support us in carrying out this program. Also, I will appreciate to inform you that since February, this month of February, CamWater has taken over the presidency of the African Association of Water and Sanitation. And we seize this opportunity to thank all the partners that have always been working aside with CamWater, and we invite the new partners to come in Cameroon, to come and invest. There are a lot of opportunities. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Wait for the mic.
Thank you very much. So I was just wondering, because you were talking about lending and donor institutions. What is the role of the user? Do you tax them? Do you get any payments from them? Does that feed into the overall financial infrastructure? Municipal taxes by the users.
Thank you, Madam. As I said, we've been working with different partners, that is the financial partners and different donors. We also work with municipalities. This project is social because, you know, in Cameroon, water, there is no financial benefit in water. In the investment, when you invest in water in Cameroon, there's no financial benefit. It's more social. It's more a matter of social. So we don't tax the partner. No, it's the partners that actually tax us because we have interest rates to be paying. And as we are in a social sector, we actually make sure we go for concessional loans because commercial loans is not just possible. Thank you.
Any other questions? So then let's thank you. If the representative from Bangladesh is ready, we can have the presentation. So are you Dr. Mullah Mohammed Alas? Okay, then I have your introduction, then I'll read out an introduction as well while you are setting up. So we have a very accomplished professor and director of the ICT division, Ministry of Water Resources in Bangladesh. So Dr. Saab has he holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, a master's degree in computer science and engineering, and a PhD specializing in flood forecasting system. And he has done a number of projects for Bangladesh as well as for other countries. For example, I wanted to mention community-based flood information system for the Water Resources Planning Organization, a GIS-based avian bird flu monitoring system for the Department of Livestock Services, then a WebGIS-based land information system for the Ministry of Land, in Bangladesh. Then he also is doing very interesting projects in Nepal. So he's leading the development of a flood forecasting and early warning system and an online decision support system to be integrated with a warning dissemination system. So we're very happy to have you. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and distinguished guests and participants, Assalamu alaikum. So I straight go to the presentation. I have one colleague with me. He is Abdullah Mamun from the Ministry of Water Resources. We two came from here to represent Bangladesh. So Bangladesh is a very small country. Unlike you, we have no Muslim neighbor. We are surrounded by India and a small portion with Myanmar. If you look at here, you will see that this is country of river. So all our developments are splashed by floods, cyclones. So we are regular sufferer of water-related disasters. And we have only 140,000 kilometers square land with a population of 180 plus minus 80 million plus minus people. So population is very high, and we have more than 1,100 rivers in this small land, which is about 24,000 kilometers. And it occupies 6,400 kilometers square to 7,700 kilometers square in flood season. That is our situation. We have major rivers 405 and transboundary rivers 57. There are many canals. Navigable routes are 6,000 and other wetlands about 10,000 kilometers square. And we carry sediment each year 1.2 billion. 2 billion ton. Most ferocious river is Jamuna UP. Here, Jamuna River, that is called Brahmaputra also. And flooding area is on average 20% of the country each year. But in high flood, it goes up to 70% of the Bangladesh. The rainfall average is 2,700 millimeter per year. This is average, but it goes up to 7,700 up to that. So if you look at Bangladesh closely, you'll see there are three big basins. We call it GBM, Ganges, Brahmaputra, and Meghna Basin. The basin areas, only 8% is Bangladesh, and it is carrying 92% catchments flow through Bangladesh with all sediments and pollution. That is our situation in the world. So we are suffering. So huge water is passing over Bangladesh. If we store the water of 1 year, entire Bangladesh will be 25 meters deep under this. Now my presentation outline is here. Because of water-related things, I will talk about flood, drought, erosion, cyclone, salinity, pollution, and climate change. You see, we have taken a lot of structural measures for flood protection and management. 970 flood protection projects are there in Bangladesh. Embankments are more than 16,000 kilometers. We have 14,000 plus hydraulic structures, that means sluice gate, regulator, etc. We have river protective work, more than 1,500 kilometers, and we dredge more than 5,000 kilometers, and irrigation project is 180 plus manner. And we also manage the water and flood non-structural. This is all structural measures. Taken non-structurally, we do flood early warning. That is on which subject my PhD. So Bangladesh is, I am talking about flood. It is huge flood, I told you. Then you see the observation from satellite image, the flood extent. And these are all risk areas due to different kind of floods. Flood from, we have flash flood, we have river flood, we have another kind of water-related disaster is there. To manage this, we have technologies. We have been using in 2012 these three-dimensional, two-dimensional models to simulate the flood. So we have problem. We have lots of initiatives to solve it also, utilizing latest technologies. The Institute of Water Modeling has been established by the government to solve this water-related problem. This is under the umbrella of Ministry of Water Resources, but working as independent research entity. Then for meteorological forecasting, it is highly related to flood. Regularly, our meteorology department publish this information. And flood forecasting, we have a separate center. We call it Flood Forecasting Warning Center. That is within Bangladesh Water Development Board. Every day, every 3 hours during the flood season, they warn the people through different media. And development of this whole technological system has been done by IW for the government. And then I move to groundwater. We have severe groundwater issue also. As alternate, there are groundwater is going down day by day due to climate change and many other factors. So we have to study different area, which is water scarcity area, and we see the trend. You can see it is going down. So in that case, we propose some, after the study, we propose measures. Then we have huge erosion in different rivers. You see in red color on the screen, those are the vulnerable area for erosion. That causes annual loss of land from 8,000 to 10,000 hectares. Annual displacement of 50 to 200,000 people. Agricultural losses average $500 million to $1 billion each year. This is for erosion. Infrastructure damage, $100 million, loss of homes and assets each year, 20,000 families affected. It is a statistics of 2020. Climate change and future projections say that it will increase by 20 to 30% by 2050. That will cause severe problem. So we have some, from the very beginning, we are trying to address utilizing the modern technologies in IWM Research Center. So we identify, we have a very good application. I will not run because it will take time here. It is online. We can see where the erosion will happen and where accretion will also happen. So we can predict that one through the model. We have validated it. We have seen that it gives very accurate results for 2 years. Then it gives error. But that is also very useful for us. Say some buildings or villages will go to the river or sea. If they know it even few hours earlier, they can save their assets and life. So that is what we are doing in Bangladesh. We are practicing this thing. And we are utilizing this kind of model. You see, this is dynamic riverbed change. For our big trees, we say Bangabandhu trees. Always we are monitoring this beds, riverbeds, when it is moving to what direction, accordingly, government is taking, relevant department is taking decision how to address this issue. Then I come to cyclone and the storm surge. This creates havoc sometimes in Bangladesh. You see the historical cyclone path. It covers almost all area of Bangladesh except northwestern part. So we have prepared a cyclone model. You can see the dynamics. So before the cyclone happens, so when we get the information, this will be the speed and the direction, then we can generate in which way it will move and what will be the inundation on the coastal area in which part. If there are standing crops, then we can estimate the damage also, expected damage and infrastructure. Accordingly, we move the people to the cyclone shelter. So now, for any cyclone, you will see in the newspaper, hardly any people die. Because with this warning system, we move all to cyclone shelters. And there are hundreds of cyclone shelters along our coast. those are being. So all these suggestions have been given utilizing this model in IWM and where to place the cyclone shelters. The best location we also identified using spatial analysis. And this is salinity. You see, with climate change model, we have estimated that in one area it will be 66 kilometer, 150 line will move forward. So total salinity front will move. Salinity affects 20 to 25% area of Bangladesh. It reduces rice yield by 15 to 40%, and over 20 million people in coastal area face drinking water problem for this salinity. Reduces freshwater fish production by 20 to 30%. Salinity has caused 10 to 15% loss of mangrove cover, which is World Heritage, that area Sundarban. By 2050, salinity inclusion is projected to increase by 50 to 100%. That is very dangerous for us if the climate change prediction is really correct. I believe not to be correct. Then for this Bay of Bengal, we have salinity model also that is a dynamic one. You can see we can simulate how salinity will propagate, where how much salinity will come. Accordingly, we can adapt it and make some protective measures. These models are done for planning of national level interventions and guiding the government planners. And then another is pollution. You know that arsenic is a big problem. It generates from sky, it generates from land source, from different source, it goes to food chain. Pro agriculture crop, pro fisheries, pro cattle, it contributes this pollution. And you see the effect of arsenic. In this red area, the arsenic is more than the danger level. And so that when I was a student, we had in the TB program always say use well water. Don't take surface water, sal water, river water. No, go for well water. Now it is opposite. Go for surface water, rain harvest. Don't go for groundwater that may be contaminated by arsenic. So these things are changed, and we are making just awareness, and we are insisting people to harvest rainwater for their drinking purpose. Maybe new science will come to eliminate the arsenic. Then I come to climate change. Very briefly, the global average increased from 2018 to 2022 by 0.4 degrees centigrade. But in Bangladesh, it's 0.9 degrees centigrade. What is the change? And nationwide, due to the temperature increase, last year in April, it was 42 degrees centigrade, higher, 6 degrees higher than normal. So schools were closed for, and 33 million students, children, they were advised not to go, schools were shut down, and 15% died with this heat wave. So, and another is sea level rise. I am not mentioning this. This is total summary of climate change scenario in Bangladesh. And one project we are right now doing, this is not finished yet, due to climate change impact, the urban heat island. That is a current project. We see it is increasing day by day. So increased energy consumption, increased heat related illness and death, loss of effective working. So we have all the data of that one. Elevated emissions of air pollutants, generation of ground level ozone, these kind of things, these are the impacts. So the study initial recommendation is that reduction of anthropogenic heat release through urban activities, promoting energy efficiency in buildings and appliances, and encouraging the use of public transportation, cycling, walking, reducing reliance on personal vehicles to go to public vehicles, and improvement of artificial urban surface covers. I have enjoyed the rooftop with graph we are also recommending for all buildings of Dhaka. So that one, and using reflective materials for roofs and pavements also, that will reflect the sunlight and heat. And planting trees and other vegetation. These are initial recommendations from that study is going on. And now I show a very fantastic achievement of Bangladesh. In this project, I was team leader. It was a research project that we have all soil data of entire Bangladesh. So there we consider 9 soil parameters and climatic parameters and 76 crops of Bangladesh to identify the suitability of crop at any location. So when a farmer with this mobile app stands in his field and he wants to crop a rice furrow variety, then it sends the location to the server, and in the server with soil and climatic data, it estimates the suitability and fertilizer rules also, and how much water will be there and what is expected production. If the farmers say, I don't know, I want the best combination in 3 seasons, he can just click on his mobile app. It will iterate in the server and give that in your Rabi season, this is the crop. In your Kharif 1, Kharif 2, this is the crop, this combination, this fertilizer, this is investment, this is your return. Second option, third option, fourth option, we give up to 5 options because he may not like some crop. In that way, this has been opened by our advisor, and it is supposed to be opened by Prime Minister, and it is a very national successful project. We have tested in the field with this app for only 2 crops. If they use this app, they can, production is more, fertilizer cost is less, and water requirement is less. Only on 2 crops, it saves $1,440 million US per year. This is only for 2 crops. This has been estimated, and government has issued letter that every training of agriculture related ministries, they must give the training on this application, and in future, this will be mandatory for our agriculture field officials to guide the farmers. Now I come to models and tools and technologies in Institute of Water Modeling. We use MIC and many other latest applications. From free, we use Hex series. We have air pollution model. We have different kind of other tools. And this is plans and policies in Bangladesh. There are huge plans and policies. I tell you one thing, that is Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100. It has a very long plan. Now it is considering entire Bangladesh integrated planning into water sector. And also we just finished a marine spatial planning. We have Bay of Bengal. There are huge fishes there. Fish is very much prominent. But for national level planning, we have made a marine spatial planning. IWM did it for the government. Then we have some regional cities. We say we are surrounded by India and small part by Myanmar. But we have 54 rivers coming from India to Bangladesh out of 57. We have no control. When we don't need water, they send us water because they also do not need water. So we have to carry it. When we need water, they withdraw. So we are in that. For that one, only Ganges Treaty has been signed for one river. Tista, we are bargaining for long, still hanging. We have very limited treaty with India for Feni River, and mostly for Indian interest, not for Bangladesh interest. So we are in a country geographically, that is, we have lots of limitations. So these are the policies. Current challenges in water sector is limited land and water resource to support its huge population, management of water pollution from in-country and transboundary. Transboundary is very much concerned because we have no control. It is for the other countries, upstream countries, it's really to push the pollution to the downstream, then wash their hands. But we are suffering. Then Bangladesh, the water resources are not within the control of the country. It is a big problem. Water-related information sharing between dependent countries needs huge improvement. Climate change impact,
adversely affecting water resources. These are the things. IWM has international presence in Nepal, India, Malaysia, Philippines, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Turkey, and United States. In Malaysia with Nahri, we have worked a lot. Mr. Nasir is here from Malaysia, and we have an office there also. So with this modern technology, we work in this area. And now we have just not presenting this thing. I have some recommendation for this comstech-oic. Create water-centric innovation center. Probably it is there. We need to express it more, where member countries can contribute by their unique capacities to solve problems with best shared knowledge and experience. This is my request to comstech, and create accessible database for skills and professionals. If we know in which country what skills are there, then we can share. Then we can ask for help or we can help. So in that way, we Muslim Ummah can be stronger and stronger in technology and innovation. This way, this is my one dream, and frequent interaction and cooperations for sharing skills and knowledge. This is what I think. Now you can have with your QR code, you can take this one if you want to learn about us more. So a few seconds, I am stopping here to take the QR code, because nowadays hard copy hardly anybody distributes. It is digital. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, Doctor, for a very, very informative and especially with this recommendation at the end. That was very, very. So I'm sure there would be questions and comments from the audience. Yes.
Please ask simple questions so that I can answer.
My brother, it was not a question, it was comment. So it should be more simple. Thank you for clear presentation. You know that for the United Nations and the 77 country and China, they announced a drive for research. One of the research wing is from Pakistan, which is remove arsenic, and she now working for patent in Canada. So the cost is approach or less than the cost of the filter manufactured by German. So maybe we can do link between you and our colleagues that has the patent of this.
Oh yeah, that will
then
be
you
helpful.
can use it. This is through the UN done research through prevention.
Thank you for your suggestions. We will contact. Yes, Kuwaiti brother. Yes. Yeah, of course. Because this Mike 11, though it is a Danish model, but they started developing, being in Bangladesh with our river system. They have developed it where our engineers were involved very much. Now we are purchasing it from them. That is why I say, why if comstech arrange some kind of arrangement, we can develop our model. We don't need to buy it from Europe or America. Yeah, we have some model just at our own we have developed, but we use mostly Mike and Heck also. Those are free software, but Mike we need to spend a lot each year.
Thank you. And a fascinating presentation, really. Thank you. I just wanted to understand what is the cause of the rising salinity that you have mentioned? Because you have a lot of rivers.
Oh. The thing is that rivers, India is holding the water during dry season, not sufficient flow to push down the salinity. If the flow would be normal,
then it would not be that much. And also sea level rise is another issue. Yeah.
I want to ask, if the Chinese is standing at the trim of the Brahmaputra zone, or what?
Yeah.
How would that?
That will definitely affect. That we need international cooperation with them to have a system that they should not withdraw that much of water in dry season and should not release too much without informing us. In last August, in Bangladesh, there was a severe flood. Many people died and huge assets were damaged because India opened the gate without informing us. If they informed us even 2 hours before, people could save their life and assets. Many. We need international cooperation, so just sharing data and information, and for the humanity, just send the message, early warning. Yeah, the lower riparian has a lot of problems. We are carrying the burdens of upper people.
Thank you. Just one question. Thank you for your presentation. And if I understand, the groundwater is decreasing.
Yes, going down.
I want to know how, seeing the amount of water you have in your country.
How to overcome? So this is also the thing, groundwater is resource of surface water. If surface water is less, then groundwater will go down. There we are dependent on peripheral countries because we are the lower riparian country. Water does not come during dry season. And in flood season, the research, what is there, they are withdrawing just after the flood season, they are withdrawing the water. That is why it is going down.
Thank you for your presentation. As you say, you have many rivers that you share with Indian and with Indian, and we try to have cooperation on it. What is the factor that blocks the cooperation around the water between you and India?
I could not follow you. Please say again.
I say you share many rivers with India.
54 rivers.
And you face issue to have cooperation. I want just to know the factors that block the cooperation between you and India.
No, we have one treaty out of 54. Only for one river we have a good treaty, and another is long outstanding Tista River. It has, I think, 300,000 kilometers square area is suffering for the water during dry season, and the river width is about 5 kilometers in flood season, and in dry season you can walk through because it needs minimum water to conserve the ecology also. There is an flow, environmental flow is required minimum flow. That is also, we are suffering from that one. This is government to government. This is political decisions. We are technical people. We just analyze and show this is the problem and you can do this thing. Then it is up to the government. Government change, it has different relation. This is what is playing there.
I think I will have a last question as well.
Yeah, I am very much scared.
Absolutely, so, Dr. You mentioned that a lot of investment has taken place on flood protection structures.
Yes.
But also there are these non-structural measures
Yes.
as well, like your area.
Flood
of
protection.
expertise. What is your general advice to other river basins, like for example, our Indus, on the Indus Delta, if you want to do
Both, you need both. And optimize it. Which combination is most effective? You need to find pro technical analysis and go for that.
Have you found that right balance in Bangladesh or not?
In some area. And I am doing one in Nepal now for Karnali and Narayani Basin, finding balance and impact-based decisions of the system based on this forecast.
Excellent. I think this is something that we need to learn from.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Let's have a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Is the representative from Benin? Okay. Then we'll move to Egypt. We have the representative from Egypt. tomorrow. So Egypt is going to present tomorrow. Okay, all right. So then we move to Jordan. And now, yes, please go ahead. Go ahead. Jordan and Palestine. Maybe about 50% of Jordan population are of Palestinian origin. Jordan. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My name is Khaldun Shatanawi. I'm the director of the Water, Energy and Environment Center at the University of Jordan. So I'm coming back from academia background. Before I start, just wanted to show you that this picture that we have in the presentation, this is Jordan River. Picture, this is in the 70s and this is in the spring, and this is at a certain part in the summer. So this is Jordan River. And when we talk about Jordan, we have three main rivers in Jordan. I'm going after Bangladesh. So we are in water situation, we are very poor. So we have mainly three main rivers in which they are not considered as big rivers, they are more of streams, and we'll talk about them in a minute. So Jordan population is around 11.5 million. It is considered the largest refugee host in the world. 35% of its population are refugees, and it is considered as an arid to semi-arid area. Now, if you want to look at little bit at the numbers of Jordan, we receive precipitation of about 8 billion cubic meter over a land of 90,000 kilometers square. This results in an average precipitation of 92 millimeters per year. When I looked at Bangladesh now, 2,700, and thinking of Jordan of only 92 millimeters, you can see how poor in its water resources is Jordan. Anyway, 82% of the rain of water in Jordan is lost to evaporation and 12% to green water. The Ministry of Water and Irrigation, they reported as a total of 94% lost to evaporation. So we only benefit of 6%, in which 2% are surface runoff and 4% are recharged to groundwater. Now, looking at the population of Jordan, we have high demand of water considerably, which is like less than 100 meter cube per year. So the total demand of Jordan is about 1,500 million cubic meter per year. But the supply stands only at 1,000 and 1,100. So we have a deficit that currently is of more than 400 million cubic meter. Now, from the 1,100 meter that is provided by to the people, we have renewable resources of only 900 million cubic meter. So this gives you a little bit an idea of Jordan's situation. Now, in the drinking water, we lose almost 50% of our water. We have 48, Jordan's average is 48%. In 2022, we reached to 50% non-revenue water. So drinking water consumes about 500 million cubic meter, in which 50% of it is lost, either theft or leakage in the network. So if we want to look at Jordan's resources, the supply,
of the 1,100, we can see that our resources depend mainly on surface water, groundwater, and treated wastewater. Surface water, which is around 300 million cubic meters, it represents 26% of our water resources. Groundwater, which is about 650 million cubic meters, we rely on it on 58% of our sources. Now, we pump 650 annually, but our safe yield is only at 418 million cubic meters. That means we overpump of almost 230 million cubic meters additionally every year. This is causing our water level to drop. So the average drop in groundwater level is about 2 meters per year, and it has experienced in some areas that have reached to 20 meters in 1 year. Now, treated wastewater is used for agriculture in Jordan, and we consider it as a renewable water resource. We actually renew more than 90% of our wastewater. We treat 90% of our, no, I'm sorry. We treat 70% of our wastewater, and I'm sorry again. We save 68% of the country with sewer network, and we treat and reuse 90% of it, in which it is used for agriculture. And it is considered about 16% of our water resources. Now, the supply of water in Jordan goes to almost 54% for domestic and municipal use, 51% for irrigation, only 3% for industry, and 0.6% is for livestock. So this is our water distribution. Climate change, it is affecting Jordan. There is an increase in the mean annual temperature. Actually, the increase in the minimum temperature, but it caused the mean temperature to add between 2 to 4, expected to increase to 2 to 4%. Precipitation is getting lower, 15 to 20%, and it should impact runoff, which is expected to be reduced by 20 to 30%. So, talking about climate change, we can see its impact on ground. We can see more desertification, plant coverage reduction. There is decrease in groundwater recharge. We are starting to have a lot of flash floods, especially in the months of May and November. You can see these pictures. The first picture, this is in Amman downtown. We've had this major flood in 2019. It was maybe the first flood that we would get in downtown Amman in the last 50 years or more. We had experienced a flood in 2018 in which we lost about 22 kids who were in a school trip. And I'm sure that you've heard about Petra. Petra almost is receiving a flash flood once every year. So, and usually it's either in May or it's in November, and we can discuss this because of hydrological effect. Now, if we want to look at the current situation in Jordan, we receive less than 100 meter cube the share is less than 100 meter cube per person per year. The Ministry of Water and Irrigation stated it is less than 60 meter cube per person. We have 12 main groundwater aquifers in which 10 of them are being overexploited. Mentioned that overpumping is by about 238 million cubic meters. The non-revenue water have reached to the 50%. Our drinking water resources, 90% of them are far from the capital Amman, which is most of where people live. So usually to get to a source of drinking water, water have to travel a distance of almost 300 kilometers. So you can expect how the energy is being consumed. It's actually 15% of Jordan electricity is consumed by the water sector under the category pumping water. And we have transboundary water issues with our surrounding countries. We have transboundary water issues with Syria. This is on a shared basin called Al Yarmouk. And since the Syria crisis has started, this issue has become worse. We built a dam called Al Wahda Dam. It is supposed to be the biggest dam in Jordan, with a capacity of 110 million cubic meter. Since the foundation of the dam, which happened in 2010-11, and 10 or 11, it only was filled to 30% at its best. And I'll talk about this in a second now. Now, if we want to look at the positive side, 96% of urban population of Jordan have access to are served by pipe water. So water, you open the tap, you get water. And 80% of the rural population are served by pipe water. 70% of the population in Jordan are connected to sewer network, and 50% of the population receive water supply 24 hours a day, and another almost 50% receive it between 24 and 48 hours a day. So in Jordan, we get the water once a week, usually. So it depends on the area where you are living and the zoning of the drinking water. But in general, most people, they receive it like once a week, 24 hours, 26 hours, it depends. And that's why on top of on the roofs in homes of the people in all facilities, there are storage tanks, 2-meter cube storage tanks, that when you receive your turn, when the turn of this area, people fill up the tanks. And when we were talking about PPP, we have commercialized the main 3 water companies in Jordan, and it has supposedly things to improve. We haven't seen yet a reduction in non-revenue water, but the operation, the service is getting better. Now, this is an example of both actually, groundwater and transboundary issue. This is how the Yarmouk basin shared between us and Syria. You can see how many dams and wells did they have in Syria. Syria is the part where there's a lot of these dots, the blue dots, and Jordan is the part we only have 30% of the share, only 30% of this basin. So you can see that there's a lot of illegal wells and there's a lot of dams that we are not respecting a lot the regulations and the contract that we have between them. So what did this cause? This basin feeds Yarmouk River. Yarmouk River goes into King Abdullah Canal. King Abdullah Canal is used for the irrigation in Jordan Valley, which is 60% of Jordan's fruit and vegetables come from this valley. So farmers are now suffering. Now, to replace this reduction that happened in the Yarmouk River, we are pumping in the canal treated wastewater from the north area. Now, we have some initiatives going on, like there's an initiative for reduction the non-revenue water by 2% annually, and this was launched by His Majesty King Abdullah. We are exploring non-conventional water resources. We started one of the biggest projects in Jordan. We are desalinating seawater, and I will talk about it just in a minute, where we are desalinating water in the Red Sea and then pumping it to Amman. So if I want to talk about a little bit the short-term projects that we have, we are improving the efficiency of the wastewater treatment plants. Currently, rehabilitation of water network, but most of these projects were funded by USAID, and with the new presidency and stopping all of USAID projects, everything in Jordan has stopped. So we are not sure how is this project going to continue. A project for desalination of saline groundwater. JICA have estimated that we have 24 billion cubic meter of saline groundwater in Jordan. So we need more to investigate in this and look into the desalination of this. A project for groundwater wells. We are exploring now groundwater at a depth of 1,500 meters. So we don't have much option. Now, if we want to look at medium-term plans, we have the project called DC Basin Project, which was completed in 2013. This provides Amman to 100 million cubic meter of water. Now, we consider as a quick win with the same structures available, we can increase it to 120 million cubic meter. So that's 20 million cubic meter addition. And there's the Aqaba Amman water desalination project. Now, I've talked about to expand the DC project, and about Amman water desalination project. We're going to treat 300 million cubic meter in the Red Sea and pump it to Amman and other governorates. However, the main problem is the cost of this project is 4 billion, not USD. It used to be reported as in US dollar. Now they told me it's in Jordanian dinar. In Jordanian dinar, so we are talking about the cost of $6 billion. The government say they have 0.8. Everything else is going to be supported. The United States were supposed to provide us with 2 billion from them. Now, with the changes, I've heard in my way here that they got the green light to go on and continue. I don't know for what. What did we give up to get back those 2 billion? But we are getting them back. But still, so there's this project going on. It's a very important project to Jordan. There we had a project that was canceled, and I talked with my colleague from Palestine. It used to be called the Red Dead Sea Conveyor. The project was initially to connect the Red Sea with the Dead Sea and build a desalination unit near the Dead Sea, pump about 900 million cubic meter to go to Amman and other cities, and then use the saline water to restore the level of the Dead Sea, because the level of the Dead Sea is being dropping year after year. The original inflow into the Dead Sea was 1,300 million cubic meter a year, with a surface area of almost 1,000 kilometers square. And that had a recharge of groundwater of about 400 million cubic meter. And the level of the sea was minus 395. This is in the 70s. Now, the flow is 200 million cubic meter instead of 1,300. The recharge from groundwater is 200 million cubic meter, and the surface area is almost 600 kilometers square. And the ground, the elevation of Dead Sea is minus 438. It's the lowest spot in the earth. It's dropping at a rate of 1.2 meters per year. So we can see how the surface of the Dead Sea decreasing with time. Now, what did we do from a research point of view? Now we have, other than European and American donors, these are the main people investing or supporting Jordan scientific research and development. In Jordan, we have two sources of funding for research. We have the Scientific Support Research Fund, in which they fund researchers, students in conducting research that of high priority to Jordan, and this is done based on a program calls launch at the beginning of each year, or when there are specific needs. These calls are done, and there's the Dean of Scientific Affairs in each university. They support research in that university. So I'm from the University of Jordan. We donate or support researchers from the scientific school. And also I'm a member in the Scientific Research Fund. We were discussing before I come here, I had a meeting with them of the impact of those funds that we have been giving to people for many years. What are the impact on ground in Jordan? We were discussing this because now we are launching Jordan national priorities, which are supposed to be announced at the end of this year for the different sectors. Hopefully, by doing this, we will be able to direct researchers in a better way than what we did before to focus in areas that are of benefit to Jordan. Anyway, now just to tell you a little bit about the University of Jordan. It is the oldest university of Jordan. We call it the Modern University. Students are about 55,000. It has graduated 270,000 students. It contains 1,600 academic staff. It contains 102 undergraduate program and 120 master program, in which we mainly depend a lot of them on research on these students. And it contains 39 PhD programs. It contains 7 centers, in which the Water, Energy and Environment Center is one of them. The center was established in 1982 as the Water Environment Research and Study Center. In 2006, we established the Energy Center. However, because of the nexus between water, energy, and environment, the center in its current name was established in 2011. We do mainly consultation, scientific research, and we have accredited laboratories that we test water quality for hospitals and hotels. Consultation, we mainly do consultation for the private sector and consultation for Ministry of Water and Irrigation, Ministry of Environment. Like here's an example of 2 consultations. We are involved in a long-term low carbon and climate resilience strategy for the year 2050. We are preparing this for the Ministry of Environment, funded by the World Bank. We just conducted a water management for Queen Alia Airport. By the end of this consultation, we saved them 800 million JD a year that they used to waste on their managing of their water. We are working on water resources sustainability project of Yarmouk River Basin, the one shared with Syria. We did a consultation for the GIZ prototyping sludge pyrolysis, where we took sludge, human origin, and we put it through we did the pyrolysis experiment. So we had biochar, and we tried to use that as a nutrition that it can be used by the Ministry of Agriculture. But unfortunately, the Ministry of Agriculture refused to receive this product because it's of human origin. So it's against the law. We are working on energy, and we are working also on runoff in urban areas. And one of the innovative projects that just finished at the end of 2024, this is my last slide, was a project called Reservoir. 58% of Jordan's water depends on groundwater. Groundwater in Jordan is overpumped, and we have a lot of illegal wells. Now, Reservoir project, we took a case study in Azraq area. Reservoir project depends on satellite images to the surface land, and we look at subsidence. So we could measure subsidence in millimeters by analyzing these images on from the satellite. We correlated these images to the actual pumping. And now, for that area where we conducted this project, we can estimate what is the illegal pumping from groundwater based on the subsidence that is happening. Because subsidence is irreversible. And the damage that happened, it cannot be fixed. Anyway, I've sent today an email that contains a 5-minute video about this project. If we have time, we can share it. They can play the video tomorrow. It explains a little bit. It was one of the top projects that in the Prima Foundation, and it had the excellent review, and the expected results of this project is supposed to be implemented in other areas. And thank you very much.
Another very informative and excellent presentation. So I'm sure again
there will be comment or question.
So much for the very interesting talk. My name is Khalid Mahmood. I run a small startup working with smallholder farmers. Just want to understand a bit more. You mentioned biochar. So you mentioned also carbon credits. So is there any work you are doing further to elaborate in terms of acceptability by the farmers and its cost benefit analysis? Thank you.
Biochar from floods, right? See, this to us, this was a new experiment. Now, to produce, we had to produce 100 kilo in order to get the approval from the Ministry of Agriculture. And they refused to receive it. Now, before we send it, we've done all the testing. It was very rich in nutrition. It's very good for the plant. We actually got 3 products. You get the biochar and you get oil that have a high calorific value that can be used as a fuel, and you have the syngas, in which also you can be used as a source of energy. Like when we use the oven to produce the biochar, we turn on the oven for 4 hours at a temperature of 750 degrees Celsius. So the temperature and the duration, we've done the previous experiment to determine the optimum temperature and duration, and it was 4 hours at the temperature I mentioned. So you can even benefit from the syngas generated just to operate the oven. On a big scale, we were hoping to expand on this. We delivered the project in November 2024, and we were informed in January that they refused to test it. It took us, because we had a small oven that produced about 2 kilos to 3 kilos per run. So it took us about like 7 months to produce that 100 kilo. But my colleague now is doing an experiment on a agriculture pot experiment on the agriculture and using it more. So.
This one you are mentioning, just a 142, you are interested in flood, am I right?
The what?
Flood.
What?
Jordan. You know the river, there's the first photo is showing full of water. And then dry season is no water.
Yes.
Why don't you store in the water? Wet season, you do some retention under the river or something. You can utilize for the drought season.
We store water.
Yeah.
Like we do. We have.
No, I mean you have to deepen the river. You deepen the river, you store the water.
Which river?
That river, the same river.
Jordan River?
Yeah.
Jordan River, we don't have access on it. We signed with Israel a treaty in 1991.
You can do anything. Within Jordan boundary.
In Jordan, that we have one river in Jordan that we can talk about. It is called Zarqa River. And this river, actually, it became more of a stream that is the width of this hole. But then we have one of the biggest wastewater treatment plants close to it. And the effluent of this wastewater treatment plant goes into the river. So mainly 90% of the flow in Zarqa River is treated wastewater. So Jordan, I said, it's an arid area. We don't have that much of water resources. Now, in Jordan, we have about 14 major dams of total of a capacity of 280 million cubic meters, in which, if we want to talk about like year by year, till today, we've received only 25% to 30% of our annual precipitation. Precipitation in Jordan varies a lot, from less than 50 millimeter per year to a maximum of 600 millimeter per year, of the average of 92 millimeter per year. Now, this summer is going to be difficult for us. because we don't have much surface water. We get 125 million cubic meter at transboundary water between Syria, Israel, and also with Saudi Arabia. We have the DC, but with Saudi Arabia, we don't have any issues. So everything is, what we signed with them is going on fine. But with Syria and Israel, we do have
If the flat water, if you're recharging the ground, I think
we do have artificial groundwater recharge projects. So of the dams that I mentioned, some of them are for groundwater. Now, when we have flash floods are starting to, the water eventually they go to a dam. But when we are talking about it, they cause damage before they go to the dam, because usually they in a city or in a populated area. So we have we've identified 5 zones in Jordan, which are prone more to flash floods.
thank you for your presentation. I saw when at the first you say you have a huge quantity of water that are used in agriculture.
The what?
The wastewater that you are treated and reused in agriculture.
Wastewater. We use, yes, what about it? We
for agriculture. And suddenly when we went some for the flood that we treated, we say the Ministry of Agriculture did not use that. I don't know how it comes. Here the wastewater is from human, we use it. And when it's come to flood, you treat it and agriculture, the ministry did not use what
I cannot explain that. But what you said is true. You can use, like, if by law, we have regulation for using treated wastewater, but also there's a law, you cannot use the product. For example, they differentiate. You cannot use the sludge, but you can use the treated wastewater. So from a not mixing is not, or mixing only is in King Talal Dam. Mixing is in King Talal Dam, but wastewater treatment plant, they send water directly to farmers that they regulate with them in different locations, because we have 32 wastewater treatment plants in Jordan. Yeah.
we did do okay. So we did do leaky roof dam. We do like hydrogeological physical studies in some area where the water is very good. And we do five. And now it's under what the impact of these here. How much that will affect the result, the reason where we
That is fine. Okay, very good. Any other questions or comments before we move on?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now let's see what. Okay, so please clarify. Okay, before I'll continue to start, where do you, do you want to do it today or do you want to do it tomorrow? Today, okay, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's have a very, very big round of applause for our community.
So thank a lot for we think that we feel all time that by ambition from all country with Palestine, and we here to represent Palestine. This presentation. First of all, I would like to thank IOC for hospitality and for good arrangement. For myself, I am Dr. Subhi Samhan. I'm General Director for Research and Laboratory in Palestine. I will not talk about the water issues except the water management thing. So in Palestine, we have this strategy based on conventional and non-conventional water. All of these came from strategy based, we only depend on the groundwater. So the first thing it is from which we have our drinking water. Service water, we have the right to the Jordan Valley, but we have no drinking water from it because all water conveyed and used by Israel. For rainwater, it is depend, and for non-conventional water, we use desalination in Gaza. And treated wastewater, we have more dependent on. This is in terms of quantity. Yani, what we need in Palestine, it's around 300 million cubic meter, not more. We need around 200 for the West Bank and 200 in Gaza. Here, the strategy between Palestine and Israel, it's against each other. They will force us to purchase the water from Nicarot, in which yearly we purchase around 60 million cubic meter. And we all time try to depend on our resource in our area. So they forbidden us, for example, to drill our water, and all time they damage what we drill. And there is also damage for any trial that if we can use treated wastewater, if it is out of the area of the Palestinian control in terms of their announcement. Jordan Valley, we have a zero benefit from, and importation, this is according to Oslo, no can benefit from importation water from the outside. This is the Palestine. This is the Palestine, it's around Jordan, and we have two parts of Palestine, it's West Bank, and we have also Gaza Strip. Palestine, which is considered from West Bank and Gaza Strip, it's around 5,800 kilometers square. The problem of Jordan Valley came from that the Israeli convey the water from Siberia to the national carrier, and they convey all water from Siberia to the national carrier, and it is backed by gravity. It reaches Gaza, and then it is conveyed toward al-Rashash, Al-Aqaba, and Eilat in their issues. So the all Israeli people drink from Siberia except the Palestinian and the Jordanian, which are consist one of the Riberian within the Jordan Valley. And here also the convey, this is called the national carrier, and this is the Jordan Valley in the city. Water challenges, main challenges in Palestine like other. It came drought, it's rainwater treatment, lack of sustainability and infrastructure. There is less significant of fresh water. We hear from our colleague in Jordan, saline water, also in West Bank, saline water, in Morocco, saline water. So possibility of significant fresh water in the aquifer is rarely, and most of the groundwater is polluted, as mentioned from our colleague in Bangladesh, by arsenic. And in Palestine, we have high pollutant, for example, in nitrate in Gaza. It's reached 600 milligrams per liter. And you know what is the follow of drinking of nitrate with high concentration. This is maybe one thing that for Palestinians themselves, since we are under occupation, accessibility and control for water resource. And this is due to Israeli occupation and political thing. For water status and our
This is the institute in Palestine responsible for research, like others, Ministry of Education, Central of Innovation Excellence, and we have also institution called AMNISA. All three institutions are not fundraising, they only put policy. And they are not interested for research at the university themselves. We, as a Palestinian Water Authority, fund the master student and PhD student and innovative student and give them, for example, a scholarship in order to do their master work or PhD work. This is limitation and challenges for research and development in water. And here we have advice for IOC how to can bridging the gap between science, research, implementation. Most of our colleagues talk about database. Database to solve it through IOC, you have to modify something called electronic libraries. It is no need for all to have data, but we can modify something between us called electronic library. Also challenge for institution. Most of our institution, there is a lack in institutional, so we can establish excellence center. Excellence center in Jordan, excellence center in Palestine, in Bangladesh. Our colleague in Bangladesh, for example, he is good for modeling. So why there is no excellence center in Bangladesh? What is the problem? And also all other countries. Also, we facing the Islamic country, there is no national interest in engaging the private sector. The private sector most important to be engaged in research because the outcome of the private sector should be accompanied. And this is the base where USA work or Canadian or European. So engagement of the private sector, it is the national interest. OIC cannot do anything. Source of budgeting, there is a lot of things that all banks in our country, there's some interest over there for social. Maybe we can use such these interest from the bank at the national level in order to fund the research itself. Other thing, shortage on supporting tool. Research, cannot we do research without tool? Tool like what? For example, expertise. We are expertise. And we know a lot of expertise in our area. Also instrument available academia level, so we can use. This will also increase the publication and patent. And under the principle, what we are called win-win. So brothers in IOC can arrange to reduce these gaps between knowledge, between issues and related, and all must win. The national people must win, the searcher themselves must win, and also the IOC must win, but I don't know how they win. Limited specialization, incubator and accelerator. Most of the current people work in this, incubation and accelerator, like Excellence Center. So I advise, and this is as a recommendation by IOC, you can bridge for invest in science. This is also, you can identify certain budget for competition at each country or for all countries. Then who win, he can, for example, follow the research, and then we see how to apply and use this as success story. Because in the morning speech, all talk about success story, but who will manufacture this success story? In our case, the people themselves, and those hunting, those success came and contract him direct. But you need a lot of things in order to discover these success. At the national level, we have to unify the effort. We know that the research distributed among all ministries, but no one, as my colleague in Jordan said, we will work in the strategy. We will work in the priority. So identifying the priority and the strategy and policy, this is the work of the ministry. But who will handle these hot potato, which is the research itself? This is need arrangement. This is the university. We are cooperate academia level in Palestine. And the outcome, it is as written here. So we have 9 university or 10 university. We collaborate with most of them in West Bank and Gaza. And this is the outcome of those students and university. And this is the story for Palestine Water Authority, how we start. We start from project funded from Austria, and we give the fund for the master student. We give 21 students. Then we work with Jordan, with German, across smart project. We have a fund for 24 master students. Those funded students, it is the budget of PWA effort. So instead of having our salary from the project, we have from the national, and it is not allowed to have double salary. So we shift all these for students to continue their master and to answer for things and question we need from the project. So we can change the question to the master student topics, and then we do a competition between the university. Then we did a fund for the student. And there's also a project between Jordan, Palestine, and Oman called MIDRIC, which is Middle East Desalination Center. And we fund through Gaza and West Bank 150 students in Gaza, 187 from Gaza. So a huge student. And here we are start talking about the pool of experts. This is the pool of experts. This is your strength in the ground, the researcher. If you need to strengthen the researcher, you have to increase their capacity. PWA increase the capacity for the master student through offering a PhD program, also by fund, nothing from the national. This is PhD program from Palestine in Gaza and West Bank, and then we shift to innovative implemented. This is called I2 program. Also, after research, if you want to implement, we can also have a fund for this. And through West Bank and Gaza, we support 50. And from these 50, I believe there must be at least 45 should be produced as a company. But you need one to follow. But I believe it is not PWA. Why? Because now it is not the way the PWA to follow the innovation and incubator. No, there is another center must follow them, and maybe this another issue center, maybe IOLC. Why? Because this is the challenge. The challenge, our colleague who do treatment for arsenic, it's a student funded from Palestine Water Authority. And when it is competitive at an Asia level, she wins because she removed within the filter she manufactured, and now she worked in the patent in Canada. We cannot have the patent in Palestine or in Jordan because of regulation and guidelines. Yani we cannot conserve this. She go to Canada in order to have the patent and in order to start to do seeding for manufacturing this filter in order to remove the arsenic for our colleague in Bangladesh. Yani in Palestine Water Authority, we have a pool of experts formed from 450 master students, PhD students, I2 students. Most of them work in the water sector, and the other are outside, continue their life. And this is the statistic how such these innovation distributed in terms of topics. Most of them are work in pollution and health, technology, agriculture, economy, governance, reuse, IT, and modeling, and other things. This is at the master level. What about bachelor level? At the bachelor level, we go to university and we distribute the students according to these categories. And you know that at the university, there is chemistry, there is IT, there is economy, and there is a mechanics. So we advise, for example, if a group of students want to work under things called chlorination, yani this is the way we do disinfection for the water in our area by chlorination. Those groups work together in order to give the best model for chlorination or smart farm or hydroponic. Hydroponic, as our colleague from Jordan, it's reduced to 10% of use the water for agriculture. The hydroponic, it must be one of the things all can be used in agriculture. And we have a student now, have a software with low cost, smart, in order to monitor the water quantity and the quality, even the fertilizer use. So you can use by your phone from outside and control a farm. This is done from bachelor student in Palestine, but they need more in order to invest and to shift it for the private sector. Also, olive mill issues and monitoring pollution, mainly the pharmaceutical or other things related to smart agriculture and system and plasma. So this is work at bachelor level, and then go to what I mentioned for the master and PhD. This is the forum. Each year, those students must hold a forum. The forum organized by the student themselves. So they organize it from A to Z, and this is funded also by NIDRIC and by the important for the studies format to exchange knowledge between the students themselves under the topics announced here. This is one of the Photo for Water challenge. Also, this is water challenge. Each 3 years we announce, and we fund only the winner, the 3 winners from, for example, 31. And the price, it should be 3,000 for the first, 2,000 for the second, 1,000 for the third. This means not a lot, it is 5,000. But we spent 1 month for the student in order to do justification and explanation. Finally, they can defend their project, and we can identify. To be honest with you, the 3 those formulate their company and work in their company when they are in bachelor, because we need our students when go to the field, not to go to work in employee, to work within his company. This is our recommendation for IOC. I will not read, but I will give them if they can, for example, do a certain network bridging, also can work in group issues in order to maximize the benefit. This is a recommendation, and I will send to them. Thanks from Palestine.
Comment?
يعني sleep. Okay. Thank you. And everything is clear.
Everything is great. So our colleague from Kuwait will be the last presentation of the day.
السلام عليكم. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. That's to my Arab colleagues. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. The beauty of being the last speaker is that people are so tired that they're not going to bombard you with questions, at least not the difficult questions. So I'll try to brush through the presentation as quickly as I can. My name is Adnan Akbar, and I'm a senior research scientist, research coordinator in charge of hiring and firing people and procuring equipment. I'm the program manager of the Hydrology and Water Resources Management Program, and I'm the director of science and technology at the Water Research Center in Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research. I've been serving at CISR since 1980, So I guess I'm 45 years of experience. That tells you how old I am. So I'm not going to disclose that to you. So before I start, I'll be talking about the vision, mission, and research interests of the Water Research Center. But before I do that, I'd like to give you a brief background about the water resources in Kuwait. So again, we live in or Kuwait is located in an arid country, in an arid environment. Rainfall is almost negligible. We don't have any surface water in terms of streams, lakes, or rivers. And the groundwater resources are limited in quantity and very poor in quality. This figure shows the disparity between the fact that Kuwait has the lowest per capita natural water resource, water availability, and the highest per capita production of desalinated water in the world. So we're living that dilemma, and we're trying to work out preventive and mitigating measures to tackle it. This graph shows the increase in on the demand of fresh water due to population growth and increase in industrial and agricultural activities. One funny thing about Kuwait is that we perceive ourselves or tend to introduce ourselves as farmers. And logically speaking, it doesn't make sense. Our soil is poor, our environment is harsh, and our natural water resources are almost negligible. But again, because people have gotten the idea that becoming a farmer or owning a farm is a prestigious outlook, they tend to move in that direction. That has caused the country dearly in terms of its water resources, and I'll come to that in a minute. And because we don't have much natural water resources, we had to resort to the conventional, to the non-conventional desalination technology. So Kuwait has been dependent on conventional seawater desalination technologies for the past 6 decades. The desalinated water is produced by either multi-stage flash distillation, reverse osmosis, and multi-effect distillation. It's worth noting that Kuwait has the 4th largest seawater desalination capacity on a global scale. Coming to the Arabian Gulf, desalination plant in Arabian Gulf, this figure shows the distribution of the desalination plants, with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia having the lion's share, followed by other GCC countries at varying levels. Again, I'm going to skip some of those. So the desalination plants in Kuwait are distributed along the shoreline, the Gulf shoreline, and of course with that, there are also some treatment plants, and I'll talk about the reuse of treated wastewater in the coming slide. So in total, we have 8 desalination plants, and this table shows the increased capacity of these plants over the year and the technologies used in each one of them. Coming to the groundwater is extracted from 2 main aquifers in Kuwait. Those are the Kuwait Group Aquifer, which is underlain by the Dammam Formation Aquifer. The Kuwait Group Aquifer is made up generally from clastic sediments silt, gravel, sand, whereas the Dammam Formation aquifer is made up of calcareous material. The issue with the farmers that we're having right now, and actually we've been having for the past few decades, is that according to law, they're not allowed to penetrate the upper Kuwait group. In other words, they shouldn't be reaching the Dammam Formation. But because drilling is uncontrolled in the farming areas and the authorities do not have access to the farms, there is no way to gauge whether the farmers are abiding by these rules and regulations. And we know from practice that these rules and regulations are not being respected. Actually, I myself, I have a farm, and I try to be a good citizen, abiding by this rule, and trying to promote to my neighbors who happen to be some of my relatives, to at least I could establish a nuclei of good citizens practicing good farming practices, and we'll see how things will go. In terms of groundwater quality, again, as I indicated earlier, the groundwater quality in both aquifers is very poor. Actually, the salinity of the groundwater in the Dammam Formation supersedes the salinity of our Gulf water. We're looking at salinity ranging between 70,000 to 100,000 parts per million, whereas the Gulf water has a salinity of 55,000 milligrams. Now, due to the uncontrolled extraction of groundwater, the groundwater levels have declined significantly. And actually, during the past 40 years, a decline of 70 meters has been recorded. And things are, there is no positive what would be the word? There is no positive outlook for the future because the farmers are continuing business as usual, and they're not being controlled. And even if they're controlled, they have their own ways to get around and maneuver when it comes to applying rules and regulations. Coming to the treated wastewater, the wastewater in Kuwait is treated at both levels: primary, secondary, tertiary, and advanced. So it, in essence, it reaches potability quality. Of the treated wastewater, only 50% is reused for agriculture of non-edible crops and landscaping purposes. The remaining 50% is disposed of or dumped into the sea. So imagine the amount of effort and financial resources that you dedicate for such a process, and then you end up getting rid of 50% of it. Why are we only using treated wastewater for agriculture and landscaping? It's because of two reasons. We have the psychological barrier because of the dirt stigma that is attached to wastewater. And then we have an additional issue which has to do with religion now, religious barriers. The fact that they're talking about najasa, that this is najis. Well, I don't know what would be the translation. It's impure, I guess. It's impure. Now, that although we have scholars from Saudi Arabia who've indicated that the level of advanced treatment makes the treated wastewater pure, and yet people are still reluctant to go ahead with this notion. So again, it's a public perception that needs probably public education, public awareness, and things of that nature. Coming to Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research, before I zoom into the Water Research Center. So KISR is a pioneering independent national institute of scientific excellence. It was established in 1967 by Japan's Arabian Oil Company Limited. The initial role of KISR was dedicated to developing 3 fields of national importance. Those were petroleum, desert agriculture, and marine biology. Since then, KISR's roles and responsibility have expanded greatly to include the advancement of national industry and the undertaking of studies to address key challenges such as preservation of environment, sustainable management of Kuwait's natural resources, responsible management of water and energy, and development of innovative agriculture methods. So as you can see, since its inception, the scope of its responsibilities have been magnified. This is the way KISR is structured. So we have a director general, and then we have a number of centers. And under each center, there are programs. So for example, we have the Water Research Center, which I belong to. Then we have Petroleum Research Center, Energy and Building Research Center, Environment and Life Science Research Center, and then the Science and Technology sector. Under each one of those, we have programs and departments and divisions to undertake the duties and responsibilities and achieve the aspirations and objectives or strategic objectives of each of the centers and sectors. Coming to KISR's vision, by 2030, KISR will be internationally acknowledged as one of the region's leading and highly respected science, technology, and innovation institutions and knowledge gateways, and will be recognized as a driving force for sustainable economic prosperity and quality of life in Kuwait. The vision is based on 5 main pillars: customer focus, culture of achievement of excellence, international technology leadership, commercialization capability, and building centered in application-oriented areas through programs of activity with cross-disciplinary teams. KISR's mission: KISR leads and partners internationally to develop, and exploit the best science, technology, knowledge, and innovation for public and private sector clients for the benefit of Kuwait and other entities facing similar challenges and aspiring for comparable opportunities. So now coming to the Water Research Center. The Water Research Center was established in April 2013, building upon extensive research efforts conducted since the early 90s under what was back then known as the Water Resource Division. So it was a division that was promoted to a center level. It was founded to address Kuwait's critical water challenges and to develop innovative solutions for the sustainable management of its water resources. According to WRC's 10th strategic plan, which is currently underway, the center has been restructured to address these challenges through 3 specialized research programs: the water desalination technology, the wastewater treatment and reclamation technologies, and the hydrology and water resources management program. In terms of vision, the Water Research Center will grow into an autonomous center of excellence, internationally recognized for its innovative work in water desalination and treatment technologies and water resources policies and strategies. The center will be closely networked with leading research institutions through strategic partnerships, conducting joint research and knowledge exchange. Mission: WRC's mission is to provide science-based information advice and improve products and processes to help Kuwait in 2 aspects: to increase the sustainable supply of water from desalinated and treatment technologies, and to improve the sustainability of existing water resources. Here I'm just showing the structure of one of the programs, which I happen to be leading. So basically, the structure is as such. We have a challenge. In this case, for example, the challenge is sustainable, optimized to sustainably optimize the use and management of the water resources. And for that, we developed solutions. That happen to be two solutions in this case. And under those solutions, there are a set of sub-solutions. The same thing goes for the other problems. We are in the innovation business. We look at innovative technologies with regard to desalination, different types of desalination technologies. Artificial recharge of excess treated wastewater, because again, one of the issues that I mentioned earlier was the fact that we are dumping 50% of the treated wastewater into the Gulf. And one way of trying to at least exploit or explore the prospects of such a promising resource would be to artificially recharge it into the groundwater aquifer for use in emergencies. God forbid. This is a subsurface exploration of aquifers. I think one of the previous speakers alluded to that. So we are also in this business. We have regional and international collaboration teams with a number of entities in the region and worldwide. And this is only a sample of some of the institutions and entities with which we are forging, with which we have already forged or planning for alliances. How do we operate? We are basically an applied research institute. We're not an academia as such. So although we do involve in public awareness, educational, and community outreach programs, we conduct applied research projects. Those research projects are either self-funded meaning FISR itself is going to fund the project, or contracted through a proposal that is prepared by our researcher and submitted to potential funding agencies, hoping that they would fund, or upon request, where an entity would come to us with a problem and ask us to find solutions for it. Our major clients are government entities and the private sector. When it comes to lack of expertise, that is a huge challenge that we are facing and we've been facing throughout the year. And the only way that we try to address this issue is the consultancy agreement, which again is not really, we're trying to keep that to the minimum, because we are trying to employ or deploy our local resources. Although sometimes you have no choice but to go for consultancy. We do encourage publications in peer-reviewed journals and reputable conference proceedings based on the findings of our project. And we also engage in organizing workshops, seminars, symposia, and conferences. These are photos of some of our lab facilities. Two of those, by the way, two of those lab technicians happen to be Pakistani, incidentally. Again, we are also in the patenting business. We usually file patents in the US, UK, and Asia. So, in a nutshell, our major strengths are the experienced staff with different academic backgrounds capable of carrying out the duties and responsibilities assigned to them. All our labs and research facilities are ISO certified. We have highly recognized achievements at the local, regional, and international level. Actually, we take pride in being addressed by the entities responsible for the water sector in Kuwait as their technical arm. So they usually come to us when it comes to challenges facing them with regard to water. Regionally, WRC has built a reputation of scientific excellence and a hub for water science and technology through establishing scientific ties with reputable research organizations within the GCC and other Arab countries and the world for that matter. And in 2016, the center was selected by the UNESCO as a Category 2 Center of Excellence, and this categorization enables us to carry out activities under the auspices of the. With that, I thank you for your attention with all languages of the world.
Thank you very much. So, any final comments and questions?
I was hoping that everybody would be tired and I wasn't.
Because you mentioned, the societal perceptions and the religious, so that be the reason that they wouldn't accept using this sludge for crops?
People, they want to accept even when they are living like the treated water, not but the big reason is for the mercy. But you cannot show the product, for the outside. Those countries or something saying that this product is for. So I would not say that halal, haram, or najasa or not use it, but it's because the people might not accept it, something related to that. So it's more of a human thing. Scientifically, it is good to use. It is good to use.
Perceptions from any kind of.
In 1986, when I was doing my postgrad studies, I was approached after finishing the master level. I was approached by my professor, and he told me, listen, before coming here, I knew that you are from Kuwait, and I know that you have issues with treated wastewater and this and that. So I didn't tell you the full story. The full story is that you've been drinking treated wastewater ever since you joined the university. And that was in 1986.
Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Just want to know, one year, government of Kuwait spending for the desalination, how much it cost to do?
Spending for
desalination,
How much Kuwait spending on desalination every year?
Oh, okay. You won't believe it. 1.4 billion KDs. So multiply that by 3 point something yearly. I don't think this is a sustainable option. As simple as that. Apart from the financial aspect, economic, if you want to think of it economically, you would also want to think of it environmentally. You're emitting obnoxious gases into the air. The footprint, we don't have that much space. There are lots of issues that need to be addressed before we either erect new plants or try to renovate old plants. And actually, I think the way forward is to make use of the treated wastewater. And I think the government is somehow reaching that conclusion. But again, there are always those restrictions concerning the dirt stigma. We have been engaged in public awareness program, and I've appeared in so many TV interviews, and not myself only, of course, me and my group, other colleagues as well. There should be a shift in the paradigm. And unless that happens, I don't think that this is going to be it's going to be too far-fetched.
So I guess maybe we can close our session and the day for today.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a very big round of applause.
Thank you very much, everybody. So this is all for today, and I hope to see you all tomorrow, inshallah. The program will start at 10 a.m. and the program will be held on the 3rd floor of Comstech in the meeting room. So all of the Comstech team will be there, so don't worry. But come to the 3rd floor of Comstech tomorrow. Thank you. So all the delegates from abroad, would you like to go to sightseeing, the city tour? Or would you like to go for the shopping? What would you like to do? Or would you like to go back to your rooms? That's also an option. So please raise hands for the room who would like to go to their room. You have to pick one option. There is no shopping. Around 35. I'm saying this because you also have a dinner tonight at 7:15 here. So if we go for shopping, the shopping center is nearby, and maybe we can do city tour tomorrow. The choice is yours. If you want to do city tour today, we can take you for the city tour. And if some of you would definitely want to go for shopping, we can take you for shopping. But we have to go to one place, shopping or city tour. I don't think it's raining tomorrow. Not tomorrow. It's not. For shopping? For shopping or for city tour? Okay, let's go for shopping then. Ladies comes first. Let's go for shopping.